Hello, 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 and welcome once again to Meatballcraft, Turtles Edition. Let's see. So we've got some business to attend to today. We've got some stuff to do. By the way, there is a fan running in the background. I'm pretty sure you can't hear it. I believe I have set up the audio to make it so you can't hear it. It shouldn't be breaking the decibel threshold. However, if you can, I apologize because I'm not turning it off. It's extremely hot and extremely humid where I am. It's mostly the humidity that kills you, not really the heat. I don't mind high heat, but high humidity is murder. So the fan is on. I apologize if you can hear it. I don't think you can. Anyway, we've got some stuff to do. I did miss a few small things in the Betweenlands. We're going to go back and I'm going to show you some secrets. Apparently the armor is in fact in the Sludgian, but I didn't see it. It's actually funny. If you review the footage, I only noticed it when I was reviewing the footage, but there's hidden walls in the Betweenlands that are fake, right? And let's go ahead and remove those. And if you can walk through them, they're not real, right? I didn't notice it at the time because it was so chaotic in that little cramped tomb where I lost the shikax, the dire pick in the pot. But a bunch of the little ratlings, a bunch of the little naked mole rat people actually walked through the wall to get to me. They were apparently in the secret room and they came out to jump me. Anyway. Before we get too deep into anything, I just want to do a quick base tour because I believe this is the very last time you will ever see this base. I have begun the process of moving everything over to the Void World, the quote-unquote digital world, because he's in this pack's lore. He's writing it like we figured out a way to digitize a chunk of reality, and we're moving into the Matrix. But it's the Void World. We're moving to the Void World. I've already torn down a bunch of stuff. As you can see, the foyer is no longer full of chemical barrels. And if we go down, this was me trading, by the way. I went and kidnapped a bunch of NPCs. I kidnapped some Squidwards, some testificates that we needed to trade with. You need to trade. There's certain bees that will only be obtainable from them. Monastic drones are only obtainable from apiarists, which are an NPC that is added by forestry. So you need to find an apiarist and you need to trade with him until this trade unlocks. There's no way to breed monastic drones. You can't obtain these bees. You have to trade for them. So that's what this is. Also, I just wanted to know what the audiophile sold because he's a pretty cool guy. He apparently sells like every single music disc that's obtainable, or very nearly all of them. He sells a bunch of them. So I went ahead and bought every music disc he had because I thought that was pretty cool. If you just keep trading with him, he unlocks more music discs, but I don't think he'll unlock anything more. As you can see, this is starting to look pretty barren. A lot of the machines have been torn down. In this room, everything is going into this barrel, right? This contains all the blocks. I feel it's actually appropriate that default Minecraft song is playing. Can we turn that up just to make it extra... turn it up to 85 real fast. We'll stop at 80. There you go. Now you can hear it. Just to sound a little extra sad. But this is the last shots of the base. I've torn down almost all the multi-blocks and moved them over. Some of them are still in boxes and haven't been reassembled. A lot of these are still up, because it's a huge pain to tear these down, but these will be going next once this ends. Because I normally take a break after I do a recording. I'll walk away from Meatballcraft for a while, but probably later tonight or tomorrow I'll come back and rip all this down. As you can see, I allowed the high-pressure boiler to run out of fuel and cool off. It takes a while for the temperature to go down, actually. I was out of steam, but in the amount of time it took for it to cool down, it generated an entire demonically gargantuan gem of steam plus like half of another, right? But the steam boiler is now done. You want to wait for it to cool down because if you break it while it still has high pressure in it, while it's got water and heat in it, if you break it while it's still got stuff in it, it'll explode. It's a bomb. So I let this run itself dry naturally. I've also already torn down the power generation and the power storage and moved it over, right? The reactor is gone. The room that the turbine was in has already been filled in, right? This other room, which I was presuming to use for a second turbine, was never really used. I'm going to fill... all this is going to get torn down and filled in. So... just we're waving goodbye to it all because I don't believe you will see this again. I'm pretty sure you will not. The middle room is, of course, looking a little bit empty. I've torn down a lot of stuff in here as well and begun moving it. Oh, hey, look, the mimic crab is back. He's not actually back. I went outside and found another one and brought him in here just because I like having a mimic crab around. But we can pretend he's back. He never died. He's fine. He's great. He just, I just had to give him a noogie to get him to give me the well back. But tore all this down. Haven't quite ripped up all this yet. I do want to say I think this has been addressed in future updates of this pack, so I don't think this is a problem that will persist. But I did try and speed up the generation of compressed cobble because I'm getting to the point where I need a lot more structure frame blocks for making things, which the quadruple compressed cobble is a component of that. You need quadruple compressed cobblestone for that. I tried putting speed upgrades into the autocrafters and transfer upgrades to move things faster along the pipes, and it started causing crashes. I was alternately told that Extra Utilities 2 and I think AdLib Core were the problems. Something was occurring that was an issue. Extra Utilities 2 is a very, very old mod, so that doesn't surprise me. I believe I have seen sainagh mention at somewhere. I think it's mentioned that there were problems with these mods that have been addressed in future updates. They've patched out some things. If so, great, glad to hear it. But I did try and speed this up. Didn't really work. For those of you who are starting to run dry on this as well, I would advise you to start early and just leave it on in perpetuity instead of occasionally turning it off. Because slow and steady seems to win this race. If you try and speed this process up, it sort of starts to crash. Not much has been moved out of the magic room yet. I haven't really touched this quite yet, but things will get moved out of here soon-ish. This is like the last room to get moved, but I just want to do a quick base tour because pretty soon all this will be gone. I don't believe you will see this again. So that is just a heads up. Now then, we do have some things to do today, but before we get started, of course, we have to talk about some things that have changed, and I have to show you some stuff. So, to the Void World. Now, obviously, I'm not going to leave everything outside. That's not my goal here, but I did just move everything over here to get it over here. Like, this is where all the chests are that I've moved. I've moved stuff out here. These are several multi-blocks. Some of these are familiar. Some of these are brand new. So this is the multi-block he added that deals with Electroblob stuff. This is the Wizardry Combiner. This is not vanilla Electroblobs at all. This is something he created and added to this pack. Okay, and among other things, it'll let us make, we can use this to create the enchanted swords when we have the materials for it. But it also will let us create astral diamonds, which are used as crafting materials, and they're also used to trade with wizards, because wizards that have something that is master tier will always want an astral diamond for it. In fact, let me show you. So, watch. The recipe for astral diamonds is yellow nitor from Thaumcraft, which has an EMC value, mana diamonds from Britannia, which is just diamonds thrown into a mana pool, and then stardust. And watch, it'll start. There we go, it's processing. And then it's going to spit out 32, 33. See, it's making astral diamonds out of mana diamonds, stardust, and yellow nitor, which is super cheap, considering what it is. Like, that's pretty good. I don't believe this takes power either. I think this just works. Or no, this one does need power. Some of these don't need power, some of them do. But we're going to need tons of astral diamonds where we're going. I've also set aside a master healing wand, a master necromancer wand, and a master pyromancer wand, which we will turn into swords, right? Right now, I'm working on leveling up the Storm Wands because these are the ones that Grinding Wizards doesn't produce any kind of upgraded version. So I've got Lightning Wands. Oh, that is crispy sounding on my audio. Y'all hear that? Man, turning up the audio is a different experience. Anyway, this is the sort of current stacked tower of void resource miners. This isn't the final resting place of it. I mostly just built them like this as a sketch for myself, as a proof of concept to see if this has enough room. The reason they're lifted up by one level is because I kind of wanted to put the ender chest that everything gets piped into in the middle, but I do need one more space because the energy insert sockets for each of these is actually on the bottom of them, which is a bit awkward. But so there needs to be a two clearance space above the machine controller for this particular configuration. We actually almost have everything we need for the tier 4, but we're missing one thing, and it is there. If we do one of these, you can see it. This is it. So we can make everything here: beacons, blocks of cold iron, 32 structure frame tier 2s. It's the Nether Sky Amber we can't currently make, right? Because 4 of those pillars have a beacon on top of them, but 4 of them have Nether Sky Amber. And Nether Sky Amber requires Bloodmaster Tome to become craftable. I assume it's probably made out of Nether Sky Steel or Nether Sky Steel Dust. That would be my logical assumption, but I can't currently craft it because we haven't read the Blood Tome yet. Everything else is kind of you've seen before. I already explained that these two multi-blocks, essentially between the two of them, they let you do almost everything Astral Sorcery can do, but it's automated because that's what they do. So this is the Cold Iron Forge. If you recall how I mentioned there are certain multi-blocks where the purpose of them is to create resources from a dimension, right? Like the purpose of this block, which is the dimensional stabilizer, all it does is it takes liquid or life essence from brain fog setting in from Blood Alchemy. It takes life essence and then it converts it into dimensional thread, so you don't have to go back to the Dimension Doors dungeons to try and find more if you need it, right? So this essentially means this is stuff from that dimension. This is stuff from Erebus. The Cold Iron Forge creates things from Erebus, which is really handy, so we don't have to keep going back there. It has a number of recipes. I'll pull them up real quick. Sorry, I misclicked something and pulled up the wrong window. Cold Iron Forge. Yeah, there we go. So if you look, one, we can super enchant the Quake Hammer into Mjolnir, but I'm not going to do that because it's still kind of bugged. I can't see it. I'm not going to do that until that gets fixed. But we can use 2 cold iron ingots, amber and coal, to make amber from Erebus. We can use cold iron and bone blocks to make bone shards, cold iron and emeralds to make jade, cold iron and sandstone to make gneiss rock, right? We can make mushroom hide, a cold iron chicken, which we're about to do right now, a petrified wood, and petrified wood planks. So cold iron is from Bewitchment. It is a material added by Bewitchment. In order to make it, what you're supposed to do is you make bottled frostfire, which is a bit complicated to make. What you need is an empty glass bottle, perpetual ice, fiery unguent, and cleansing balm. The fiery unguent is made from tallow, blaze powder, and cloudy oil. And then the cleansing balm is made from acacia resin, white sage, garlic, and salt. Right? So we cook these together and we get 1 unit of perpetual frostfire, or bottled frostfire. And I think, is it in my thing? Actually, hang on. Let me show you, because I actually think this is really cool. This is one of the there's certain. Whoa, that was loud. Hang on. Whoa, that was really loud. I'm not sure if that was as loud for you as it was for me. I didn't see it, the audio spike for you, but it spiked real high for me. We'll hold on that. I don't want to adjust the volume unless I have to. I'm willing to put up with it if it's loud, but I don't think that was loud for you. Anyway, Frostfire. I believe it's in this box. Yeah, it is. So essentially, it's completely reusable, okay? And you put it on the ground, and I don't believe it hurts you. Yeah, it doesn't. And then you can pick it back up by putting it in a bottle, right? And what this is this fire will convert iron into cold iron, but it needs to be either raw iron ore or I think iron dust. So it's going to have to be just to show off. Let's throw, I think iron ore will do it. Yep, see? And then we get cold iron ingot. I'm actually going to throw that out because I don't want it, believe it or not. That's just a little demonstration. So it can take a while to get large amounts of cold iron, but he has a recipe for an egg. There is a cold iron chicken that we can make using that forge, and I do in fact have the materials needed. It costs 1 vanilla Minecraft chicken egg and 64 cold iron, and we can make a cold iron chicken, which is quite useful. And it will of course lay cold iron eggs that can be processed into cold iron bars. So let's go ahead and do that real fast. Why is my thing? There we go. So, this isn't the only chicken we'll be making today. We'll be making another chicken as well, but actually that's taking too long because that's just going to do it. Let me just put it in manually. There we go. And that should start in a moment. Yeah, it's very slowly making the chicken. It's going to take a minute, but that's fine. We don't need it right away. And this is the last multi-block I think we'll talk about. Well, no, we'll talk about that one too. But this is the mechanized coop. And this doesn't require power. It's essentially a free process. But all the mechanized coop does is it is a custom thing. He added it again. I'm sorry. I need to take an aside to mention. What sainagh has done to modular machines in this pack. Modular machinery is a mod, as you can clearly see. It's up there underneath its machine blueprint, mechanized Ascension smeltery, modular machinery. You can see I'm mousing over it. You have to understand, modular machines. The point of it, in its own like context, it's essentially a way. It makes a couple of different machines that do things. You can make a boiler that heats water and turns it into steam. You can make a steam turbine that can take the steam and turn it into power. You can make like an industrial washing machine that can like turn wool from colored variants back into white, and if you can also throw, I think, like rotten flesh into a washing machine and turn it into leather. Like there's a couple different things it can do, but modular machinery by itself kind of sucks. I don't like it as a mod. I've never liked modular machinery. I've always thought it was crappy because most of its machines are boring and there's better ways to do the things that they do. And also all of its stuff is ugly, is quite frankly ugly. It's orange and black. Like, listen, I liked Naruto too, but that boy had no fashion sense, and him being an engineer in another dimension isn't helping things, okay? Why did you make this all these machines orange with black trim? Please no, please. You could have at least made them black with orange trim. You could have at least pretended to be stylish. A little bit. It kind of sucks. sainagh has essentially deleted every single vanilla modular machine that is in modular machinery and replaced them with like 80 custom multi-block machines of his own creation that use certain pieces of the modular machinery to make them. But his version of this is so much better. I literally have to stop doing the base tour and devote like a minute of this recording's time to tell you how baller it is. I hate modular machineries as a mod. If modular machines looked like this all the time, it would be one of my favorite mods. I wouldn't play a tech pack that didn't have modular machines in it if this is what it did normally. He has added 80 custom multi-block machines to this pack. I've mentioned it before, but I'm going to mention it again just because I really want to drive that home. None of this stuff is in normal modular machines. He made all of this. And he used it to essentially make machines that can automate the functions that are present in other like magic and certain tech mods, but mostly magic mods, that normally can't be automated. Like in Electroblob's Wizardry is an adventure mod, right? Like you're supposed to go exploring and open treasure chests and kill enemies and trade with wizards to get all this stuff. You're not supposed to build a giant like sick wizard altar platform out of crystal blocks and then feed stuff into it to manufacture astral diamonds. That's nuts, right? And he's created all of these resource miners that produce things from this pack. all this stuff, right? All this, he made it. He made all of it. Are you okay, sainagh? Are you good? Blink twice if I need to call the police. We good, homie? You okay over there? He didn't have to do this. He did not have to go this hard, but he did. Anyway, getting back on track, the mechanized coop is essentially, it is kind of like the end game for hatching resource chickens, for dealing with them. The way it works is it's the most lag-free, allegedly, because at no point are there actual physical chickens involved. Like, you never hatch a chicken as an entity and deal with it. What it does is it will process eggs that are resource eggs, and after a series of time, 480 ticks, right, it will spit out that egg and then 16 of whatever that resource is, right? So you process a cold iron chicken egg, right, which we're making behind us right now. It's probably done. And then after 480 ticks, I get a cold iron chicken egg back and 16 cold iron eggs, right? Just to be clear, that's what that does. Okay, so at no point are actual chickens ever involved, right? And I've even got this looped so that it's not going to stay here. I'm going to move all this stuff later into a nicer final location. But I think the idea I'm going to go with is its inputs, it'll output, and then in the chest there will be a whitelist filter looking for the eggs themselves and not the resource eggs. And anything that passes the whitelist will get piped back around to go back into the input, so it just cycles over and over again. Okay, last thing we want to talk about before we move the stuff over there. This is another custom multi-block he has made. This is the Mythical Resource Crucible. MYTHICAL. You have to put resource Crucible there because otherwise it's just going to show all the miners. So there's like 20 different resource miners that we need in the end that I'm going to stack up. I'm stacking them up to make a tower. You can do whatever you want with them. You could dress them up as lily pads and have them in a giant pond or in an ocean biome somewhere. I'm making a tower out of them. But after tier 2, right? Once we get to tier 3, we eventually are going to start needing to feed them other things besides energy to keep them running. There's a resource creep, right, that's going to take place here. Our first resource creep is this. We need dimensional essence. The tier 3 mythical void resource miner requires both power and dimensional essence in order to run. Okay, how do we make dimensional essence? Well, we build the mythical resource crucible and we feed it power, flammable dust, and ghostly powder to make 2 buckets worth of dimensional essence, right? And you'll notice ghostly powder and flammable dust, we obtain that from the 2 lower tiers of resource miner, right? So running these constantly gives us the stuff we need to support and maintain this one. And I get the feeling this is going to be a recurring theme as we go up the line of more and more advanced resource miners, that things that come before will give us the raw materials we need to refine and process to create the fuels and tokens and other things that we need to keep the higher level ones running. Okay, but that's why I had to build this. This was pretty simplistic. It's made out of bedrock mini bricks and netherite mini bricks from Divine RPG, and it's made out of blocks of fiery metal from the Betweenlands, which look pretty cool because their edges are kind of semi-transparent, so you can sort of see a block of solid black floating in there. This is a full block, but the edges are transparent and fiery, which is a little cool. And it's outputting into here in this demonically gargantuan drum, and then it's going into this. Since there's multiple liquid resources that we're going to need as fuels to run these, I've decided that orange is going to be the channel that I internally associate with the resource miners, since that is the color of the modular machines in vanilla modular machines. So orange, purple, purple is going to be the channel for dimensional essence because this is a purple substance. Now, I've gone ahead and made the final tier of the blood altar. This is the tier that is the end, right? This is the end of it. I think I mentioned this before, but in vanilla blood alchemy, you can't go this far out normally because the crystal caps, the crystal clusters are not craftable. You would have to use creative mode and cheat to give yourself these blocks to finish this. The way you build it is pretty simple. You just repeat the pattern of the last one, which is you go down 1 and then out 3. So we go down 1 level and then out 1, 2, 3, and on the 3rd row out is where we build it. You can tell if you've gotten it right because if you were to expand these pyramids, because technically you don't need to go any more than 1 level down. They do have to be active beacons, but you don't need to go more than 1 level down. But if you did, this row perfectly sits on top of the 3rd row down. It perfectly nests into the beacon pyramids. Okay, and then it is starting at the intersection of where the rows are. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 high. Okay. And you can check if you've got it right, because there is a pattern to these towers, actually. So the blood altar is at this height, and then the first capstones of the glowstone, if you look and see, they're 1 block higher than the altar itself. So we go out, glowstone goes up a level. We go out, the large bloodstone tile goes up a level. We go out, the crystal cluster goes up a level. So the crystal clusters should be 1 block higher than the large bloodstone tiles, and that's how you know you've got it at the right height. Okay. This adds a ton of runes. I'm not even sure what I'm going to put in all of these. Who knows? I'll figure it out as I go. And just to prove it to you, where's my divination sigil? If I click on this, it should tell me, yes, this is indeed, yep, current tier 6. See, effective tool pickaxe, harvest level iron, life essence 1420358. Current tier 6, current capacity that, current essence that, right? So it is a tier 6. I don't have to talk about this because I know I always overrun on time, but I want to talk about this for a minute. I've mentioned before that Blood Alchemy isn't finished. Okay? How do I put this? This is an old mod. It came out around the same time that Abyssalcraft did. It's very old. And there is a version of this mod that has a lot more stuff in it, but is also older and kind of buggy. And you'll know that it's the older version because... So you'll know it's the older version because you see how this blood altar is made out of this dark stone. It's like the same stone that the runes are made out of, right? You see how it's like the same color. There's a version of this where all of the runes and the blood altar themselves look like they're made out of vanilla Minecraft stone. They're a much lighter gray color, right? And if you are ever playing a pack or something and you see that, you'll know that the pack is using the old version of it. So, in the old version of Blood Alchemy, right, you would reach a point and you would start summoning demons. Blood Alchemy... There are Minecraft mods where the internal documentation for the mod is very precise. It's very exacting. There's also ones that are heavy on fluff, right? They have a lot of story, or they explain like lore behind the mod and how everything in it works. Blood Alchemy was definitely a very lore-heavy mod. It had a lot of internal stuff. It even had names of NPCs who were like running experiments, and you were reading their journals, essentially. They had like named people who did stuff. If I recall correctly, the general gist behind this was in your pursuit of alchemy, you will eventually reach a point where you can progress no further, right? You've reached the mortal limits of alchemy, but there is a way to go past it, right? And essentially, demons hold the key. Devils, literally denizens of hell, hold the key to pushing past and going to further beyond levels of alchemy. There's 2 ways to do it, if I recall correctly, from the lore of the mod, right? Which is 1, you make a deal with the devil, which the mod tells you don't do that. That's really dangerous, and we're not going to talk about it because that's really bad. You have to give up part of yourself, and you essentially become the demon's slave. It's a trick. Don't do that. The other way to do it is you summon a demon, but instead of making a deal with him, you beat the living piss out of him. We run the demon's pockets for his lunch money, and you can essentially steal the power to transcend in your alchemy by beating the crap out of him. So the end game for the older version of Blood Alchemy was you would start going up the chain, right? Going up the food chain, summoning weak demons that had names and beating them up, and then going up the chain, summoning stronger and stronger demons. There is a picture associated with Blood Alchemy. I think it's still on the CurseForge page. It's a really old piece of art that the guy who made the mod either drew himself or that he commissioned someone to make. You'll know it immediately if you've ever been to the CurseForge page. You'll know what I'm talking about. It's got like this. It's really cool looking. It's looks like a heavy metal album cover, but it's essentially got like an open portal, and there's like a dark figure stepping out of it, and he doesn't look like he's wearing clothes. He's like nude, but he's shadowed, so you can't see anything, right? And he's got these huge curving horns coming out of his head, and he's got like a red halo, like a devil, like a fallen angel's or a devil's halo behind his head, and he's carrying a huge sword in one hand, and he's just stepping down the steps of the altar towards you. That never appears in the mod. Okay, it doesn't. Not in the old version, and not in this version either. This version, we don't get around to summoning devils and demons. That never comes up, right? This mod was discontinued, okay? The guy who was working on it, he stopped for whatever reason. I don't know, and I'm not going to judge him for it. People who make mods largely do it for free, and they do it for fun. I won't complain. But in the newer version, there are certain things that were left standing, like the fact that there's a whole extra tier to the blood altar that you couldn't quite reach. The fact that all of the demon summoning was taken out, but it's kind of implied it was still a key part of the mod. He just hadn't gotten around to putting it back in yet. And there's also the issue of... That should do it. So we sort of saw some of this in passing when we went to the Nether and we checked and we went to the thing. But there's actually different types of demonic will. There's the normal one. An imprint of a demonic entity attached to a creature can be obtained by killing a mob with a sentient weapon or by throwing a snare at a mob and killing it while it has white particles. But there's flavored demonic will too. Corrosive, destructive, vengeful, and steadfast, right? And it's a real pain to get these in vanilla Blood Alchemy. What do they do? Like, why would you want to do them? Well, you kind of don't, because it's not really worth the effort to go in and get them, right? You have to do a whole ritual on its own to generate them. There used to be another way you would have to get them, but that got discontinued. He introduced another simpler shortcut way to get them. Like that was one of the last things he changed before he sort of walked away from the mod. But even the shortcut to get them is kind of a pain. And then what you can do is you can take these Tartaric gems and you can use the crystals to turn them to that type. Like this is a Grand Tartaric gem, contains corrosive will, right? So that way all demonic will that is obtained from this will turn into that type of demonic will, right? And sainagh even has text here that explains this, right? Vengeful Will Crystal. Use the gathering of the Forsaken Souls to consume passive mobs and the resonance of the fasted crystal to get the first, which is how you get your first flavored will crystals. You can automate it using a demon crucible fed by crystals, a crystal cluster, the gathering of the Forsaken Souls, and the crack of the fractured crystal, all in the same chunk. And these are all rituals from Blood Alchemy that you have to do to be able to work up to this. These give your sentient weapons and tools special powers, but there's not a whole lot of reason to get them because while they do extra things, they're not that good. Like, it's not worth all this trouble. So normally I don't even bother doing it if I'm in a pack that has Blood Alchemy. Let me depart from what we know and hit you with some speculation, okay? Let me come at you fast with unverified facts and opinions, okay? Here's my theory. I think that Tier 6 was going to be the tier that we were going to need to reach the stuff that would allow us to start summoning demons again. And I think that getting the different flavors of will, corrosive, destructive, vengeful, and steadfast, I think these were going to let us either summon the different devils or fight them better. Like they would be weak against certain ones, kind of like, Pokemon being weak to an elemental type. I suspect like maybe the first demon we summon would have been weak to corrosive will. Like he's really, really strong and it's hard to beat him normally, but if we hit him with sentient weapons that are infused with corrosive demonic will, like they do super effective damage to him, right? I don't remember exactly how this worked, but I think in the older version there were 5 demons you could summon. You'll notice there's 4 types of demonic will that are flavored. My theory, my working theory in my head is I think he was going to reintroduce those again, and then the fifth guy was probably going to be the dude who's in the cover art, right? Like Satan or whatever, Lucifer, right? We were going to summon the Dark Lord as the final boss of Blood Alchemy and run his pockets to become an alchemical demigod, essentially. But we would need to get all of the other wills online first to reach that far. As it is, these are essentially loose thread mechanics that don't serve much purpose in vanilla Blood Alchemy. But, as sainagh has shown with this pack, it's pretty popular in modded Minecraft for people who build custom packs with custom progression. They will take the 6th tier, and they will take the different flavors of demonic will, and they will do special things with them. So you have to work this far to get them. That is just my personal headcanon fanfiction theory for what I think he was probably intending to go with this. We'll never know because he's walked away from it, and I don't think he's coming back, but it's fine. Just wanted to mention it. It's kind of interesting how this mod was never fully finished, but you can kind of see what he was probably going for if you look at the older version of the mod before he reworked it, and there's the rain again, turning itself off. Anyway, we've got a lot of stuff to get through. Let's go ahead and move on. I have moved the Vibrant Capacitor Bank over, and I am charging it with exclusively just the reactor. I'm not charging it with anything else. This is the only power gen we have for now. This is the size I want it to be. I drew it out with blocks of redstone. I believe this is a 5x5x5. Yes. So I'm going to have to do another round of cooking and making vibrant capacitor banks. They're pretty expensive to make, but I'm going to need to make some more if I want to get a 5x5x5x5 out of it. Anyway, let's talk about Nuclearcraft, because we have a nuclear reactor now, and we're going to assemble it and turn it on. I've learned some things. I did not mean to throw that shuriken. I've learned some things, and we're going to go through what we've learned. So, here we go. All right. So, now, as far as I can tell, okay, Nuclearcraft, this reactor at least, will not explode. It can break, however, if you do it incorrectly, which is a problem. The old one, the Extreme Reactors reactor, cannot break. It's completely safe. You can't screw it up, right? This one can be screwed up. It's a bit more realistic. I believe in the research I did, the Nuclearcraft dev, the guy who made it, he said something to the effect of, this can melt down, but the results are less cinematic than are present in certain other mods, which I believe is his way of saying it's not going to go off like a nuclear bomb, but it can still break. Now, you build this out of fission reactor casing, and you can make them in a normal version, or you can craft fission reactor casing with glass to make transparent. There's no real difference, but I don't like making these big multi-blocks and just having them not be transparent, because why would you not make it transparent if you can? You might as well see the internals of it just because it looks cool. So when we made the other one, right, we did something like this. We did one of these, right? And then I just went ahead and and I sort of just filled the whole thing with emerald blocks, right? You can't see the reactor cells in the other extreme reactor because I totally encased them like this, so you just see the emerald blocks, right? But this is essentially what I did. So this works a little bit differently. With Nuclearcraft, in addition to everything else, you have to play a bit of a game, okay? And we're going to go ahead and pull up cooler. Okay, Nuclearcraft adds a bunch of coolers. In fact, I actually have to go back out because I have to get the fuel. Hang on just a second, because we're gonna start this up. The fuel is in the crate out here. There we go. And I'm going to put this in the bag until I need it, because that is, in fact, radioactive. I don't want to get irradiated while I'm standing here talking. There we go. So, did you ever, I'm going to date myself real hard with this. Did you ever have to play one of those logic games as a kid, either on some kind of educational software on a computer or in a book, right? Or maybe they gave you a test like this in school, where it was essentially like, and I'm just making this up off the top of my head, you have like 10 kids and you got to seat them on a bus, right? And there's 11 seats on the bus, right? And Sally, I don't know, hates fat people, and she refuses to sit with a fat person on her left or her right, but she's willing to sit across from a fat person. Billy hates the color yellow, and he won't sit near anyone who has yellow. Yellow has to be far away from him by at least 2 spaces, 2 seats. And Jake is cool, right? And he doesn't care where he sits because he's not a neurotic disaster of a person who will throw a fit because someone spelled his name wrong on his Starbucks coffee cup. Jake is cool. He'll sit anywhere, right? And you essentially have to seat everyone on the bus without having someone throw a fit, right? And it's a logic game. You're given a set of rules and you have to arrange pieces on the board correctly. You follow? Does anyone besides me know what I'm talking about? Nuclearcraft works like that, okay? The internals of Nuclearcraft follow certain rules, okay? So we're going to go ahead and put the reactor cells down, okay? We got 12 of them. And this is pretty simplistic because I believe the way I did this, we were just doing one of these. Yeah. Okay, so we have 4 columns, 3 tall. This is, I think, the smallest Nuclearcraft reactor you can make is a 3x3x3 cube. Which gives you 27 internal blocks to work with. Unlike the extreme reactors, nuclear reactors from Nuclearcraft don't need edges. As you can clearly see, I haven't put edges. And in fact, giving them edges can confuse the Nuclearcraft controller, which is what helps form the multi-block. It can confuse it as to what the actual dimensions of it really are. You can give them edges if you want, right? Like I could do, I don't know, I could do one of these. I could hit him with one of these and just do this. Just don't give him edges made out of the reactor casing, right? Just don't do that, right? You can give him edges if you want, just not edges of that particular block because otherwise it'll confuse the thing. So we have to play essentially a rules game to build our coolants because certain coolants, cooling blocks, can only go in certain configurations. Like let's look, water cooler. It cools 60 heat per tick, right? Because all fuel, if we look at the fuel real quick, like this is the starter fuel, LEU 235 fuel. It takes 60 minutes to process a single unit by default, okay? It creates 300 RF per tick, and it generates 50 heat per tick, okay? So the water cooler cools 60 heat per tick, must be adjacent to at least 1 reactor cell or active moderator block. And by the way, I should mention, essentially the stats on that fuel, for each reactor cell you have in the core, and I think this is how it works. If I'm wrong, I apologize, but I'm pretty sure all those three bars, I swear, I turn everything off and now Xbox is sending me messages. Microsoft, stop being malware, Microsoft. Anyway, sorry. I know you heard that beep. I heard it too. Basically, those 3 lines, base process time, or rather base power and base heat gen, that is increased by each one of these you have. So if I have 2 reactor cells, I believe it generates 100 heat per tick and 600 RF per tick, right? So each reactor cell gives you what the fuel says, okay? So that amount of power, but also that amount of heat that you have to deal with. You with me so far? Essentially, is what it is. So the water cooler cools 60 heat per tick, but it must be adjacent to at least 1 reactor cell or active moderator block. The redstone cooler, 90 heat per tick, but it must be adjacent to at least 1 reactor cell, right? The quartz cooler must be adjacent to 1 active moderator block. And for the record, what moderator blocks are is we've got some, or we should have some. I think they're outside. Are they in here? No, wait, I'm sorry. Let me go outside real quick. The moderator blocks, what they do is they're essentially, multipliers. The 2 moderator blocks that we have access to are graphite and beryllium. Beryllium is made from beryllium ingots. You just take 9 of them to make a beryllium block. Graphite is made from graphite bars, which is essentially just coal or charcoal that's been cooked. Okay, what these do is they essentially increase the amount of RF generated in the reactor cells they're adjacent to, but they also multiply the heat generated, okay? And there is a specific mathematical formula that they employ, right, to that effect, right? But so you get more power out of it. The moderator blocks boost power, but you are also generating heat. This is the big difference, as far as I can tell, between Nuclearcraft reactors and Extreme Reactors reactors. With Extreme Reactors reactors, we kind of want a balance of heat and radioactivity, because heat it raises the energy output, but it also makes your fuel less efficient. So if your thing burns super hot, you're going to burn through fuel faster. But the hotter it goes, the more energy is generated, right? So we kind of want the heat to remain in the middle, right, at a steady amount. Totally different system with Nuclearcraft. With Nuclearcraft, heat is the enemy. We have a heat bar, and we generate heat over time. If that bar ever fills up, this reactor will melt down, and it will break and destroy itself, and we're going to have a radiation spill, and some of the blocks that are used to create this multi-block will be destroyed, and they'll turn into radioactive slag that we have to clean up and dispose of. So heat is the enemy in Nuclearcraft reactors, okay? It is our foe that we battle against. So each of these has different rules, and generally speaking, the more powerful the block is, the more picky it is about where it can be placed. Some of these can only be placed next to other types of coolers, which I think the glowstone cooler is one of them. No, is it not? There is one. Right, the gold cooler. It cools 120 heat per tick, but it must be adjacent to at least one valid water cooler and one valid redstone cooler, right? So you need to incorporate at least one redstone and one water cooler into this design to be able to place a gold cooler, right? And all of them work like this. It's a big logic puzzle. I'm a dingus, and I just did something really simple, which is I'm using cryothium coolers. Now, cryothium is a substance that is added by thermal expansion, and from my understanding, you can't use cryothium coolers unless thermal expansion is also installed in your pack. But Nuclearcraft and thermal expansion have interactions with each other. The cryothium cooler is one of them. It cools 160 heat per tick, which is really good, and it must be adjacent to at least 2 reactor cells. Okay, which means that's pretty easy to do. I believe we can just do one of these. And I'm not sure if the center works. I don't think diagonals work, but even if they don't, it's fine. It just means these won't be active coolers. But that is a completely valid thing, and I'm pretty sure that will absolutely sink all of the heat this could possibly generate. I don't think this will be able to. It can generate enough heat to melt down, but we'll see. You could be more efficient with this if you wanted to, but I'm not going to be, because my only goal here is to run fuel through it and get depleted fuel as an output, because we need the depleted fuel to do things. So let's go ahead and insert the fuel and start this puppy up. There we go. We have, are we generating heat? Okay, wait a minute. We're using LEU. It's generating 8,400 RF per tick. 12 cells are generating 480 heat per tick. But we're sinking 1,920 heat per tick. So I think it's working. Fuel remaining 5 minutes. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure this is working just fine. So I think it started. I think the fastest way to check will be to break this line. Is it generating power in its thing? No. How on earth do we turn this on? This is kind of bad because I don't know what else I need to do here. Does it have to be switched on somehow? Hang on. What if does it need a redstone signal? Surely not. Oh, it did. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. Why is that? outputting the energy. Why is that not cooling enough? That should be plenty of coolant for that. Cryothium is 160 heat per tick, right? And the LEU fuel is generating how much radiation? I feel like this bar shouldn't be moving. It's generating 50 heat per tick. I don't have any moderator blocks modifying or multiplying the amount of coolant. Hang on. One reactor cell. Are there other things to active moderator blocks? Stone cooler on one reactor casing. At least one valid gold cooler, at least one valid. Yeah, I don't know why this isn't working, because this should be cooling 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I don't think the center column is doing anything, but the others should be fine. They should be. I don't know why that would overheat. That confuses and frightens me, because I thought my math was right about this. I think I can break this, because nothing is going on inside. If I can't, I'm sorry. But I think, what happens if I just take these 3 out? Because they probably, I don't think they're doing anything, because that's not following the rules. They're not adjacent to reactor cells, so I believe they're just dead weight, right? Yeah, see, the cooling rate hasn't decreased at all. Why is the heat multiplier times 400% though? What is that? Why is that happening? That's got to be the problem, right? Is the heat multiplier is being dramatically increased by what? By what, I say? Hang on. I don't want to leave this alone unless we can fix it. What if I take... What if we do this? What if I... Because I know more of these can cause that to happen. What if I take the middle part out and we only have this number of them? And then, yeah, and then we'll do cryothium coolers like this. What if we hit them with one of these? What if we do this? Will that keep it below a threshold where it won't overheat? Because I'm not sure why that's overheating, but we might be able to solve that problem. Let's try one of these. How much cooling is that? That has not changed. That's the same amount. Oh, but we're in the negative now. Negative heat. Okay, so that fixed it. So there we go. Now we're generating no heat. We have no heat generation. Okay, so that fixed it. Okay. So just taking out some more of these fixed it. Maybe having more reactor cells has a multiplicative effect. The more cells placed, the more rapidly fuel is used. Cells will be more efficient for each other cell they are adjacent to, or for each adjacent line of moderator blocks of a length of 4 at most, ending with another cell. Okay. So I think that was it. I think it was too many cells in a row. By doing it like this, we are keeping us well below the threshold for heat. So we're fine. We can walk away now. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure we fixed that so I knew what was going on. Put that away. Okay. Yeah, this one's a bit more finicky than the last one. This is definitely, the extreme reactors are baby's first reactor. Nothing can really go wrong with this. This is a bit more of a, this is a teenage reactor. You're no longer a child. You are starting to become a man, so you need to learn. I'm sure we will eventually reach a reactor that is quote-unquote cinematic, and it can indeed go off like a bomb, a nuke. But I don't think, don't quote me on this, I don't think the Nuclearcraft reactors can. I believe they simply just melt down and destroy themselves if they're allowed to do that. And you can also build those because I think they give off a stronger redstone signal when the heat rises. So you can essentially build in a vanilla Minecraft redstone contraptions that'll kill the process if the heat passes a certain threshold. So I could have a non-heat neutral reactor where it does generate heat, but it'll automatically kick off when the heat reaches a certain threshold. But I'm not going to bother with that. Okay, so we have some stuff to take care of. I think before we do anything, we're gonna go. I'll go show you the two secrets that I'm aware of. One of these I knew about, but I was so tired and exasperated after our journey into the darkness, that was the Sludgian, that I forgot to do it. But there are secrets in the Betweenlands, one of which is in the White Fortress, and that's the one I forgot to show you. I already knew about this one. I didn't know about the one in the Sludgian, but that's where the armor is. Supposedly, there's a 50-50 chance that any given Sludgian can have the armor, right? It's not a guarantee. So let's go ahead and we'll do the White Fortress first. Yeah, I've got it marked as White Castle Secret. So let's go ahead and I'll show you exactly where it is. There we go. So the White Castle is primarily a vertical dungeon. You go up, right? We go up. But this is actually a thing that is on the ground floor. And this is true in all of them. I guess technically there's two secrets. Did the audio just cut out for you guys too? It did for me as well. I hope that's not a portent of bad things to come. Anyway, there's two secrets. There's the secret room I already showed you that you have to jump into the stagnant water to get. But there's another secret in here. One of these walls is fake. Okay? Between stone. Between stone. Between stone bricks mirage. Okay. And by the way, what's doing that is there is a mod in this pack called Wayla, which is an abbreviation. It's an acronym for What Am I Looking At? Wayla. Wayla will tell you exactly what you're looking at, like root, currently harvestable, yes, effective tool, axe, from the Betweenlands mod. Like that's what's doing that, is Wayla. What am I looking at? Wayla and other mods like Wayla will give away stuff like this. Betweenlands bricks, mirage. That's not a real wall. We can walk right through it. Behold, there's a secret here. It's a chest full of goodies. Hooray. This also contains the Ring of Ascent. Grants the gift of levitation at the cost of XP. Hold shift to view more. Okay. And there is a special bauble thing in the Betweenlands. It's defaulted to C. Inventory crafting still unlocked. I think I'd have to rebind my keys to access it. But there's a radial dial that is added by Betweenlands that will that you can put all the rings in as you find them. That one allows you to spend XP as a currency to levitate, which is quite cool. It gives a form of flight. We're going to go ahead and remove that. Now, the second secret is one I didn't know about. It's in the Sludgian because, of course, I didn't know anything about the Sludgian. It will actually put that away real quick and bring out an empty bag. We are going to have to go back to base before we go on a true expedition because there's some stuff I need to make and some things I want to test real fast. But we're getting there. Just give me a second, okay? Let's go to the Sludgian. So, where are you? Sludge Dungeon. So this is the secret crypt. I think I spawned in a wall. Yes. I spawned in a wall for whatever reason. Thanks. Okay, so this is where we came from, right? But if you look, there is a mirage here as well. It's this compacted mud mirage. And if you watch the footage of the last clip, you can actually see them piling out of this little hole in the wall to come in here and attack me. It says that there can be another mirage that contains the armor stand. Here we go. And now we have Tools of the Master Worshipper because that was the one thing we didn't have. So we have all of the armor now. Nice. Okay. And this is apparently a way back to the start. If we follow it, it is a secret route that'll take us back. back to the entrance of the dungeon. What on earth are you, Boulder Sprite? You're kind of cute looking. I like your eyebrows. You almost look like a Pokemon. You're pretty cool. I'll leave you alone. You look all right. But apparently there's a route here that'll take you back to the entrance of the entire dungeon as like a shortcut, which is that's pretty cool, right? Yeah. See, I think this takes us back somewhere. Where are we going? I don't really have to follow it. It's not necessary, but it's a shortcut out. It's a way out, right? I guess there's stairs back there somewhere that we could have taken that I just walked by because everything looks the same in this place. But you see how you just walked through it, right? They were piling out of it to attack me, which I thought was pretty funny. You can see it in the footage that we were in. So we're gonna go ahead and just /home. Just wanted to show that. 2 secrets, technically 3, I guess. But those locations do indeed have secrets. Let's go ahead and do one of these. And I guess, because I'm lazy, and since we're moving house anyway, I'll just hit them with one of these. There we go. And we'll do one of these. I've got some stuff I want to test before we go off and start picking fights with really dangerous things. One of them is, we've got some stuff to tick off. Now, when I switch over to the new version, it's going to break progression because he's got a new mod that he's using to track quests. This is the Feed the Beast quest book that's added by the Feed the Beast stuff. He's dropped that and is using a new one. So all of this is going to be lost. And what essentially I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to sit here for 30 minutes in creative mode with a slice of pizza and manually give myself each of the items needed to complete this up to the point where I was, to restore the progression back the way it should be. To make that a little bit easier on myself, I'm going through and I'm ticking off everything that I can so I can just cruise control it and not have to try and... I will take screenshots to make sure I don't make mistakes, but I'm going to have to remember what I've completed and what I haven't, right? So there are several things down here we can complete that will give us some super enchants, some weapons, and we're going to make some right now. The reason we're making them right now is because I have an important question I'd like to have answered. You can use certain tools, such as the Draconic Disenchanter from Draconic Evolution or the Industrial Foregoing Machines. You can, in fact, use them to strip enchantments from items and then reapply them to other things. I have a really spicy and really important question that I need an answer to. And we're going to get an answer to it real quick. Okay, so first of all, let's go ahead and check off this, because I think this is what we need to do. Yeah, Limonite Sword. Okay, I think that's on this. Limon, Limon. Oh, you're on the next one up. Excuse me. Pardon me. So, if we take a Limonite Sword from Advent of Ascension, which is just a sword made of Limonites, we surround it by a rune of 8 runium chunks, and then another outer rune of Limonite blocks, and then we put 4 of Smash's jaws on it from killing Smash. You remember him, the guy with the club who yeeted us? We get the biggest yeetus, sharpness XXIX, which I believe is 29, X is 10, and then IX is an indication of 9, right? So it's 10, 20, and then 9. So sharpness 29, unbreaking 3, knockback XLIX. L, I think, is 50, so XL is 40. So it should be knockback 49, unless I'm grossly mistaken, which I could always be. Let's go ahead and make the biggest yeetus. There we go. We have another super enchanted tool at our disposal. I'm not going to make the bedrock leggings just yet. They're a little bit expensive. We already have the katana, but we can make the Volkhammer, which is this, and that's made by doing one of these. And then we will look at platinum and the platinum hammer. Where's the platinum hammer? There it is. So this is very similar. We surrounded a platinum hammer from Thermal Foundation, which is just 5 platinum and 2 sticks. Okay, We surround it with a ring of runium, then a ring of molten stones, and then King Bam Bam Bam's pelvis. We need 4 of them, and this will make a Volkhammer Maul. Creates a fiery explosion on hit. Knocks targets back 24.5 blocks. Sharpness VI, Sever 10. Mending, Fire Aspect 10. There we go. And there's, I think, one more thing we can make. Yeah, the Crab Claw Maul. So it is this one. Now they know. This is you can use 5 Crab Claws from Divine RPG to make the Crab Claw Maul from Divine RPG. Okay, and there we go. Ooh, Crab Claw Cannon. Ooh, spicy. It uses cactus as ammunition. That's pretty funny. I'm going to do a range test with more guns once we unlock the ability to use them. A lot of the guns we can't craft until we actually go to the Divine RPG Dimensions, which is later in the pack. We aren't there yet. But once we gain access to those materials, I'm definitely doing another gun show. We're doing Firearms Blessed in Vitae 2.0, and we're going to range test guns once I get better ones. This one's a little bit harder to make. We need Runium Watcher's Eyes. We also need Stellar Alloy Ingots from Ender IO, which are expensive. They're made using Nether Stars. We have to smelt an alloy together that uses Nether Stars. They're used Frosted Allures and then 4 red shulker boxes. But this makes the Crab Smasher Maul. Sharpness XXVII, Sweeping Edge 10, Headhunter 5, Unbreaking 5, Mending. Okay. There we go. So, here's the question I have. Is there still a crafting table around here somewhere? Yeah, there is. So, here's the question I've got. You can probably guess what my question is. Can we make a super enchant and then peel the enchantments off of it? The busted, crazy, not vanilla enchantments that are jacked stupid high. And then apply them to something else that's better. I think if I'm going to sacrifice something to this process and potentially lose it in the process, the natural thing to sack would be the Biggest Yeetus. Specifically because the Biggest Yeetus is the easiest to recreate. I don't think I would want it to use, but I probably want one of each of the super enchants just to hang us on a trophy wall somewhere. I can remake the Biggest Yeetus pretty easily. It's the cheapest to make out of all of these. So I'm going to go ahead and throw this in the enchantment extractor and cross my fingers, and we are going to see what happens. Are you ready? Are you ready, kids? I'm waiting for you to do it. I'm assuming you're doing it. You're doing it, right? I'm going to assume you did it. Holy... No swearing on YouTube. No swearing on YouTube! Are you kidding me? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Now, wait a minute. This is useless unless... Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, this is real bad. Tinkers, I think you've been outclassed. I think you might have been outclassed. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. A normal field trip with the frizz? It's less likely than you think. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. That's really bad. Okay, so I know what I'm going to use. I am Become Death, Destroyer of Worlds. We're going to have to make a super sword of some sort. It's happening. Okay, that is the best possible answer I could have had to my question. All right. Okay, so with that out of the way, let's go ahead and do two things before we go on and get started. One of them is we have another chicken egg to make. We have another egg we need to make real quick. And then we have something I'm going to try and fight. I have a strategy to fight this boss, but we will see if my strat works or not. So, we're making a mithrilium chicken. Mithrilium is a metal that is added by Thumbcraft. It is sort of like a mythical alloy. It's hard to make. It's very difficult to make, actually. But I was looking at eggs and ways to shortcut certain materials, things that I could use to either make those resource chickens and have chickens lay them, or possibly things that could be grown. A good example of something I've done is star metal. So star metal ingots from Astral Sorcery, you have to starlight infuse iron ore to get star metal ore, and then smelt it to get star metal ingots. However, there is a star metal crop from Mystic Agriculture. Mystic Agriculture has compatibility with Astral Sorcery, so I was able to make star metal seeds, and I have some, and I've been growing them. So I've been automating star metal using Mystic Agriculture. There is a chicken that lays a mithrilium egg. And I have the materials we need to make it. It's not that difficult to make. Oh, wait, that might be too far away. Hang on, I'm sorry. There. So, if we were to go to... Might be MI. Mythri, right. So there's an egg, mithrilium chicken. Okay, he lays mithrilium. If you want to make mithrilium normally, you have to infusion craft 2 Salus Mundus, 2 Amber, 2 Elementium, 2 Quicksilver, and 2 Enchanted Fabric. And you have to use a void metal ingot as your base, which, that by itself, void metal is dangerous to make. It is a flux substance, and it can be pretty difficult to make. You've got to take void seeds, which are only found by collapsing large flux rifts, and infuse them with metallium and vetum to turn it into a void metal ingot. Now, there is actually void metal essence. Mystic Agriculture can grow void metal essence, which I've also done. I'm making void metal using crops. There's a chicken that lays mithrilium. To make that egg, we need 6 mithrilium ingots, and then 2 mithrilium blocks, which is an additional 18 mithrilium ingots. I made a large batch of mithrilium, and the first amount of that mithrilium is going into making the chicken because I feel like that's logical. This has a high instability. It is dangerous. But I think this setup can handle a dangerous. I think. If it doesn't, we're about to get a light show. Okay, and I guess that'll be good content for YouTube, and you can all point and laugh at me. But I'm pretty sure with 12 tallow candles and triangles of heads, and everything is perfectly balanced, I think we can handle. It's because it's very stable, right? I'm very stable. This is a very stable setup. In fact, does that dynamically change? If I take that out and replace it, does it say, hey, you've screwed up? No, it still says very stable. I'm going to put that back, but it's supposed to be mirrored on all ways. But I think we can handle the egg. That is an unstable craft, though. It's dangerous. So it costs 100 metallium, 30 vitreous, which is crystal, 20 potentia, which is energy power, 10 alienus, which is alien strange the eldritch, and 10 precantata, which is structured magic spells and enchantments. So let's go ahead and set that up real quick and make this egg, and then we are going to fight a boss. And you can also, if I did this when I was making the large amounts of mithrilium, because it was a lot of bulk using this, you can use hoppers to feed items into the arcane pedestals if you want. If you're doing a large number of transactions, right? You can use it is automation compatible. You can do that. So we're just going to go and do one of these, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6. So let's make the mithrilium egg. We're going to need our caster gauntlet for this. And you can make magic. I haven't bothered with it because I wanted to eat the mushroom. Once we move everything over and we're not moving house, I will probably look into Thumbcraft. And you can actually make spells and cast them with the caster gauntlet, which I think is really cool. The idea of, instead of a magic wand or a magic staff, I've got a magic glove. I know a lot of people who weren't into fantasy and stuff will probably associate that with Thanos more than anything else from the Marvel movies. But I've seen this before in like D&D campaigns and stuff. It's really cool to have like a magic glove, like a magic gauntlet that does magic. It's very cool looking. So I'm glad they went with that. But this should work. I think we have enough stability for this. I don't think this is going to explode and create a rift. We're gaining 26 instability per cycle, but we're sinking... Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, we don't have enough. Oh, no. Stop. I think it can be salvaged if we just let it cook, but I'm going to have to try and do damage control here. Come on, hurry up. Just go. Just go. Just do it. Dangerously unstable. I think it's... Am I just losing energy randomly? Is it not able to finish? I think this is just borked. I don't know why. I'll have to do research on this. I might need more stability. Yeah, I think this is just... Yeah, we're just going to cut it. That's not working. Okay. I'm not sure why that didn't work. That kind of sucks. I'm going to have to remake all that mithrilium. And now that I've broken this, I think it's... Yeah, there we go. That starts it back up again. I'm going to have to do some research. I might have to rework this entire thing because that might be too unstable for us to do, which sucks if true. We lost one of the candles. Yeah, I might have to research some really stable arrangements to try and do that, because I think that was a stability issue. I think the mithrilium egg, we're going to need a better setup than just candles and heads to do this, but that'll be a problem for me to solve off screen. I tried to do this on screen so you could see it. You saw me screw up, so hey, everybody point and laugh at the idiot. We'll solve this later. I will figure out what I need to do later to get this to work, and we will do it. I'll do it off screen and get that egg. But essentially, there are ways to make these materials, and he's introduced ways to do it. We'll put the egg back as well, I guess. I'm going to have to remake... Ah, that sucks to lose all that mithrilium. I'm going to have to remake all of that. Dang it. I just yeeted a... I just chucked a shuriken out into oblivion. So we've got another thing we can do, which may have mixed results. Hopefully it doesn't go as poorly as that does. Okay. So in vanilla Britannia, there's the Gaia Guardian, and then there's the upgraded Gaia Guardian fight. You start the normal one by clicking on the altar with a Terra Steel ingot. And then you start the second one by using 4 Gaia Guardian spirits on a piece of Terra Steel to make a Gaia Guardian ingot, and then you click with that, and that's how you summon the second one. Second one is much harder. It's more of a challenge boss. It's a bit rougher to deal with, right? That's the idea. There are several plugins for Britannia that add other Gaia Guardians beyond the second one to increase the challenge. Extra Botany adds a 2 and a 3, or it adds a 3 and a 4, so it adds 2 more Gaia Guardians that can be fought. We're going to fight Gaia Guardian 3. Now, Gaia Guardian 3 by Extra Botany is extremely difficult. In fact, it's so difficult, it's not so much a... It's not so much a boss as it is... How do I put this? It's more like a puzzle, right? I think that's probably the best way to think of it. It's a puzzle, okay? Now, the reason it's more of a puzzle than anything else is because it will not allow you to wear anything in the fight that is not either vanilla Minecraft, let me get some food real fast. That's not either vanilla Minecraft, Botania, or extra botany. So you cannot use things from other mods to cheese the fight. You have to cheese the fight with Botania, Minecraft, and extra botany stuff, specifically. Now, there's one out here, which is that it won't check your accessories. Anything in your accessory slots, your baubles, it can't see. Or at least it's not supposed to. I've been told, I've been led to believe it can't see that. But everything else is you are being judged on it. Now, the way it works is if anything doesn't belong, if anything isn't from one of those mods, it just gets thrown out of your inventory automatically. It gets ejected. Okay? And it's a really hard boss. There's a way you're supposed to fight it, and I'll explain how you're supposed to fight it. If you were to go in extra bot, which should pull up extra botany stuff, there is a specific armor set and a specific accessory you are supposed to use to fight it. The armor set is the Pleiades combat-made suit, okay, which is crafted, superpower when empty-handed, greater regeneration, mana affinity. It is made by crafting Terra Steel together with Das Rheingold cloth and Gaia Spirit ingots to make each of these pieces. And then the Super Crown. Yes, that's Super Crown. It's Modded Minecraft is full of memes. Welcome to Modded Minecraft. The Super Crown is made from gold ingots, a pink flower bud, a rune of pride. I just messed that up. A rune of pride, 2 Gaia spirits, and a golden apple. If you wear the Pleiades combat made armor set and the Super Crown, the combined effects of that armor set and this accessory make it so you cannot take more than 2 points of damage for any given attack. So everything that hurts you is chip damage at that point, right? And that is how you're supposed to fight the Tier 3 Gaia Guardian. However, and I mean this in the politest way possible, I am not going to dress up as a femboy cat maid, and I am not going to wear a Super Crown. If you believe I am going to do that, I will snap your spine like Bane did Batman. That is not happening. Well, is there another way to beat the Tier 3 Gaia Guardian? Well, it's funny you should ask. There's a reason this is here on the Astral Sorcery platform. As it turns out, yes, there are other ways of beating the Gaia Guardian. You know what? I'm confident in my Terra Steel helmet and my Terra Steel blade and my 1 mana mirror and nothing else in my inventory and my Terra Steel shield from Extra Botany. I think we can win with this. Do you guys have confidence in me? Do you think we can win? By the way, this is literally from Terraria. It shoots beams just like the Terra blade from Terraria does. There's Vanilla Botania has a lot of references to Terraria in it. So, we're going to have a pop quiz. First of all, let's take a moment. Can any of you maybe guess what this setup does? If you're not familiar with Modded Minecraft, hi monies, you probably won't have any clue what you're looking at. Some of you, though, may be able to guess what this is just by looking at it. So, here's the deal. That platform over there with that crystal and that pylon floating over it, right? I'm pouring myself a drink because I want to refresh my mug. In Astral Sorcery, okay, there are constellations. It's a good thing it's, oh, right, we're being afflicted now. I should probably do one of these real quick. Wrong backpack. Yes. Now that I've started taking warp again because that thing went wrong, so now we're gonna have to put up with this for a minute. Don't worry, I'll try and talk fast because this only lasts 10 minutes. Different constellations have different effects, okay? And they can do different things. For instance, see that one right there? That's Mineralis. You can tell because it looks like a rupee from Legend of Zelda. The Mineralis, if we attune a crystal with Mineralis and then put it on a completed platform like this, this is a ritual platform, okay? This is a multi-block. Once it's built correctly, if we were to put a crystal attuned to Mineralis on it, any vanilla Minecraft stone, right, like this, just plain stone, will slowly begin transforming into ore. Gold, diamonds, lapis, redstone, iron, etc., right? It'll start turning into ores. That's one of the effects of Mineralis. So there's a constellation that is essentially a wandering star in Astro Sorcery. It's not in the sky right now, so I can't show it to you. But it's called Horologium, and it looks like an hourglass. It's 4 stars in a square. What you do is you draw an hourglass shape on them, so 2 straight lines on the top, and then you draw an X in the middle. Horologium only shows up the day after a solar eclipse. And solar eclipses happen, I believe, once every 40 days, but the initial day that they happen is random. So just going to the 40th multiple of a day won't work. You have to wait until you see a solar eclipse and write it down, essentially, and then every 40 days after that, a solar eclipse will happen, and the night after that, Horologium will be in the sky. What does Horologium do? Horologium governs time. Okay. Now, if you were to make a ritual pedestal set up like this and put a Horologium crystal in it, what Horologium will do is it'll speed up the number of ticks in a chunk in the area of effect around it. So machines will process faster, right? Things will go quicker, right? Crops will grow faster. More ticks equals more things happening. However, there is another. Hang on, give me that. Here we go. There is another constellation that's weird, and it's called Alcara. It's a dim constellation. What does Alcara do? Alcara reverses the effects of every other effect. It inverts it. Okay, so just to give an example, I believe there's a constellation that causes regeneration and growth. So it causes animals to breed and crops to grow faster, and it gives you regeneration if you're near it, right? If you Alcara it, it turns into an aura of harm and decay instead, right? And Alcara is unique because normally you can only attune a celestial crystal to one constellation, but Alcara, you can attune up to 2 with Alcara, because Alcara can also be applied to it to distort what the trait does. This is an Alcara Horologium gem, which means it's doing something very specific. Would you like to guess what the inverse is of speed up? Take a moment, think about it. What's the opposite of goes fast? Oh, and I should mention what this does, the ritual anchor, is if you place it exactly at this height above a ritual, the ritual anchor allows me to transfer the area of effect away from the platform into another location. You make these ritual anchors 2 at a time, and you can connect them. So this effect is being transferred somewhere else. Or it would be, because currently this multi-block is broken. There's a piece missing that can be slotted in if this piston is active. I've got a lever here. When a hopper is powered, like with this lever that's turned on, it doesn't work. So the moment that lever gets flipped, these 64 redstone are going to start emptying into this chest. Now, a hopper that has items in it emits a redstone signal. Here we can see it has a redstone power of 3. Okay, this redstone comparator doesn't really serve a purpose. It's just sending the power forwards. So as long as there's redstone in this hopper, this comparator and this redstone is sending power. The moment this empties, that turns off. This is essentially a switch, because redstone torches are normally always on, but if you power them, like what's happening here, they turn off. So when all the redstone here runs out, this will power off, turning this on. This redstone torch will then activate this piston. Now, the way redstone works is it can travel through certain opaque blocks, like vanilla stone. Right now, this circuit isn't complete. This redstone power can't reach this sticky piston. But the moment this stone block is pushed into place, the power can transmit through this stone block, even though it can't transmit through the blank, empty air. And it will then power this sticky piston, pushing this marble arch into place, completing this multi-block, and allowing this to turn on. Why would I go to all this trouble? Well, it's because I need to activate this remotely. Because when the Gaia Guardian spawns in, there's a period where it powers up and creates its health bar. So I can't go in with the effect on. I have to wait until the fight has already started, and then after the fight's begun, the effect needs to kick in. What effect is that, you say? Well, lock your final guesses in, ladies and gentlemen, because we are going to make an attempt at Gaia Guardian 3. And if this goes horribly wrong, you reserve the right to laugh at me, because I think this will work. You also need challenge tickets from Extra Botany to do this. These are rather expensive. I've made 4 of them. I could make more if I needed to, but I didn't want to super invest in this until I knew this worked. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go all the way over here. No, I've gone too far somehow. Where is it? We're Astral Sorcery Platform. Where are you? Is it further down than that? Oh, yeah, it was. It was farther away than the lab. Wow, that's far away. This place looks really cool at night, by the way. The Tier 3 and 4 also need a bigger arena. Instead of making more of these, I just expanded out the platform using glowing glass from Extra Utilities 2, so I was a bit lazy on this. So here's what should happen, okay? I use the challenge ticket on this, okay? Then I click this remote lever. This is from Cyclic. Okay, they're very cheap. They cost a stone slab, a button, and a lever. What this does is, if you can read, it says, bind this to a lever in the world by shift-clicking, and then you can activate it remotely. It has an EMC value of 6, so I can make as many of these as I want. I've already taught the table how to make them. So here's what should happen. I'm going to click the ticket onto the beacon, which should begin the process of starting the fight. Then I'm going to click this remote and wait. Gaia Guardian 3 will spawn. The remote lever will get thrown out of my inventory, which is fine. I don't care about it. It's completely disposable. And then something really funny should happen. I hope. Well, no, something funny will happen, because either this works or I die horrendously. So, from your perspective, it can only be funny. Only shenanigans are about to ensue. Are you ready? Are you ready, kids? Lock in your final guesses as to what a corrupted horologium ritual can do, because you're about to find out. Isn't allowed in your boss fights? Oh, is it straight up not going to start because of that? Okay, well then we'll do this. I hope this works. So, I need to make something clear, okay? We need to be perfectly clear about something here. First of all, I really like the lightning effects. I do think it's very cool looking. I don't really watch anime. I mostly read because I'm a patrician. But my friend who is watching this on his late night shifts, because he's the only reason I've started doing this, is to give him something to look at, because we don't get to talk much anymore. Hi, Monies! I do watch it with him when we have time, rarely, to meet up. And he's the only reason I even watched the series to begin with. I wasn't doing it until he showed up, okay? Because he's watching, I have an obligation. I have to, okay? I don't have a choice. I can't not do this. Are you ready? Zawadu! That's right. Corrupted Horologium is a time stop. Now, this mutated Gaia Guardian, which looks exactly like me for some reason, I'm not sure why that's happening, but... Oh, and by the way, speaking of you, get out of here. We don't want you here either. Now, like I mentioned, the reason I had to do it this way is because, well, I guess I didn't have to do it this way. I thought there would be a power-up sequence for this, like there is for the other Gaia Guardians, in which case I would have needed to have the delay. Because if it had been frozen from the start, because I actually tested this off screen with normal Gaia Guardian, if this field is up when the normal Gaia Guardian spawns, it's just sort of stuck floating in the air here, charging up but never finished. And it's essentially a soft lock on the fight, and you've wasted a Terrasteel Ingot to summon it, right? Apparently this dude just drops in, which means that entire mechanism I constructed is, I think it's technically not necessary. I think I could have just had him spawn in. But the point of this is, it stops him. So, instead of having to play the fight like a puzzle, I can just out-wizard him. I'm just a really strong wizard. I can stop time when I feel like it. With the proper preparations, I can make time stop. By the way, I appreciate the groove. We're kind of balling. But anyway, that's Gaia Guardian 3, everybody. Advancement made, Senbon Zakura, challenge completed, Killer Lady, a green hand, Pandora's box. Skull minions? Hello? I don't know why you're here. But, okay. Also, shout-outs to Astral Sorcery for once again being super extra. Not only is this stop field gigantic, if you fall back and look at how big this is, look at how big this area is. But on top of that, there's like bolts of lightning and stuff. It's very cinematic. It looks really cool. I think these are just minions for the fight. I'm not going to fight them because I don't think I need to. But, hey, there you go. That's Gaia Guardian 3, ladies and gentlemen. We got Lord Rain. We got my name tag. We got Ring of Mana Drive. No idea what that does. We got a Pandora's box dropped by a Tier 4 Gaia Guard. Wait, no, that's not right. Why would a Tier... The challenge tickets don't summon a Tier 4. The Call of the Void summons a Tier 4. Because the challenge tickets are used... Why would I get a Pandora's box for that? Wait, no. That's not right. Because 4 Gaia Guardian Spirits, a Gaia Spirit Ingot, and then the Shadowium and the Photonium, which are the light and dark, to make a challenge ticket. That's Tier 3. And then Tier 4, the ticket Call of the Void, is made using the Medal for Heroism, which is dropped by a Tier 3 Gaia Guardian. So you need to use the drop from the Tier 3 to fight the Tier 4. Why did I get a Pandora's box? That's not correct? I don't think that's right. Okay. I feel like this is wrong. Oh, wait, no, we did get a Medal for Heroism. It was in the box. Maybe he's changed what drops. So we get these reward bags, and we also get a Medal for Heroism. There's reward bags, Eins, Zwei, Drei, and Wir. It's very German. In vanilla Britannia, it's the elves have sort of a Germanic theme to them, and a lot of the plugins play even harder into that. So these are the reward bags. These basic reward bags will give us flower petals. Mystical flower petals, not going to open those because I don't need them. These can give, wow, any of the runes. That's really good, actually. Dry will give mana, steel, pearl, diamond, terra steel, mana powder, Gaia ingots and spirits, elementium, pixie dust, dragonstone, and a 0.88 chance for another Medal of Heroism. The Veer bags will give general resources, Black Lotus, a chance at overgrowth seeds, and origin creation omniscience, 0.53. Hang on. A chance of getting this? I don't even know what this does. Well, the primary point is we did it. So let me teleport back real fast. We might do that again. I don't know. I feel like that's kind of it's funny the first time, but do you really want to see me sit here and do it 3 more times? Because when we have other things we can be doing. I'll probably use the other 3 tickets off screen, but there is one important thing I would like to do. And it is, there's something we can use that Medal of Heroism for. Let me go ahead and reset this. This needs to be manually reset. As you can see, by the way, and just to show, because we didn't see it because we weren't anywhere near it, but as you can see, this does indeed work. It lets me throw the lever at a distance. Now, I will say, if you intend to use this, it's worth mentioning that if you are far enough away from the lever, this does say it works regardless of distance, and it does. If you're far away, like with me on the Gaia Guardian platform, it will say that it didn't work. It will tell you that it failed, that it couldn't find the location. But as long as you have the origin chunk loaded, which I do, I have this whole contraption chunk loaded for this specific reason. As long as you chunk load it, just ignore the message saying it failed. Okay, just ignore that. It worked. right? You saw that it did kick in after all 64 drained away. And in case you're wondering, in case it's not obvious, when that kicks off, it completes the multi-block, allowing this to turn on and send its effect through the ritual anchor to the other side. So we can use these challenge medals for a lot of things. Let's go ahead and just put everything back in my inventory, and I will sort this in a moment. But one thing I want to make is, especially now that I know that I can rip things off of super enchantments and apply them to other things of my choosing, that opens up a very interesting chain of thought, which is how does one make a super weapon in this pack? Well, I have a thought. Remember how I said that a lot of stuff in Botania, and especially in Extra Botany, is sort of anime related? It's kind of weeby. And there's also a lot of Fate Stay Night references. Well, guess what? We can make the Excalibur from Fate Stay Night. We can make Excalibur from Fate Stay Night, the tool that Saber uses. We can absolutely do that. It's super cheap, too. It costs 1 Medal of Heroism, a Terra Blade, and a Dreamwood Twig. And we can make Excalibur. It is a relic. It has plus 30% attack speed, a base attack damage of 10, and an additional plus 2 attack. It also does the thing that Excalibur does, too. It does that. If you're aware of what that is. If you're not, I won't spoil the surprise, but it's pretty OP. Okay, it's real OP, and as it turns out, we can totally make that. We can make it right now, actually. Yeah, and in fact, we're going to, I think. We'll go ahead and make one of those real quick. So, let's head back before we go on our adventures. We're going to the Twilight Forest today, by the way. We've got stuff to finish up there. I don't know if we'll be able to make it all the way to the castle, but we definitely are going to fight the Urgast Tower. I'm trying to complete things. I'm trying to push through on quests and finish things out, so it'll be easier for me to reconstruct everything that I've done once I switch to the new hotness, right? Once we switch over the pack. Go ahead and put that away. Keep those for a moment. So, I should probably put the Steel Shield away too. I forgot about that. So, here's what we can do. So, Dreamwood is made by throwing living wood through the portal. I don't think we have any Dreamwood on hand. No, we don't. 1, 2. If we throw 2 living wood through the portal, we should get 2 Dreamwood back. Boop, boop. There we go. Dreamwood looks kind of cool. It's like ghostly glowing wood. It's pretty sweet looking. I don't often use it in my decorations, though, because the problem with it is, as cool as it looks, there's not a lot that goes with it. It doesn't really color match much because it's like cyan glowing wood. However, 2 of them stacked together makes a Dreamwood Twig. And hey, we now have everything in our inventory that we need to make Excalibur. There we go. It also shoots the laser, and I think it does the thing. Does it do the thing? I thought it did the thing too. Maybe not. I could have sworn that it does a fun trick, but I'll experiment with that later. It's a very good sword. It's extremely good. It swings very quickly. It's a good choice for something to potentially super enchant. I think the meta for this, the idea may be to go down the list and make all of the super enchants we can, and then select the strongest traits off of each thing, peel them off, and then stack it all into one really big thing, right? To make a big boy weapon. And I think that is probably going to be Excalibur for me. We will see. We will try. I'll do some experiments with that. I'll hit you back with that later. But for now, that is there. We'll have to try and do the egg later. I'll have to look up. I'm pretty sure that's a stability issue. I'm going to have to make that setup even more stable than it is. Okay, we got a couple things to do. Before we go to the Twilight Forest, let's go to the Dungeon of Arcana, because I have largely solved the Dungeon of Arcana. I figured it out. It was a little bit obtuse. But I've largely decoded it. I've solved the problem, right? I've made the connections. So let's just go ahead and do one of these real fast. There we go. Okay. Put that Terra Steel shield back. We don't need it anymore. Apparently, there are upgraded shields added by Extra Botany that are kind of similar to what the Tinker's shield does, in the sense that they will rebound damage back. They will reflect it. And apparently, those shields are even better because you don't have to actively block with them like you do with the battle sign. The reflection just happens automatically, which is pretty cool. I have to experiment with them. I don't know if any of them will be better than the battle sign, but we'll see. So, here's how the Dungeon of Arcana works. You can see in my backpack I have tons of these collectors from Divine RPG. So, collectors are made from collector fragments, which are dropped by mobs in the Dungeon of Arcana. Okay, any Dungeon of Arcana mob can drop them. Okay, now collectors are themselves used as fuel. You're supposed to use collectors on raw Arcanum to get your first Arcanum. Right, made in an Arcanum extractor in the Dungeon of Arcana. However, there was a thing missing here that I didn't quite understand, which is how do you get the raw Arcanum? Obviously, I got lucky and found Arcanum in a chest, which means I sort of bypassed this process. But I wanted an answer. How does one get this? Well, the raw Arcanum is behind those doors, but they're all locked with keys. So I was like, where's the dudes who dropped the keys? I explored the dungeon a lot, couldn't find them. I now know how to do it. So in addition to being fuel, the collectors are also lures. They can be used to summon things, okay? If we take the collectors to any of the altars, we have a Dramix altar that we found. I'm still looking for a Phoenix altar, haven't found it. I'm pretty sure the Phoenix altar is what allows you to summon the giant bug. Why it summons a bug and not a Phoenix, I don't know, but essentially the way this works, and I haven't done this yet, we're doing this on screen, but you use the collectors instead of the wizard books. And using it on a Dramix altar will summon the dungeon constructors. Hey, check that out. And then you kill them and they're the ones who drop the keys. Okay? So you have to use these as like lures to summon them. And I'm gonna go ahead and loot this guy too, because I want to catch him. I assume he can be. I probably shouldn't have killed him with that, because now it went into that loot box. I suppose that's the weakness of where is my angel ring? Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. It's probably back in the box. Really? The jet ring doesn't work here? Oh, wait, the angel ring is here, and it's overriding the jet ring. That's where it is. So if we put the angel ring away, this should work. Yeah, okay. Let me kill him with not that, and then we will try that again, because I actually want to get some keys. There we go. See? Ancient key, right? This is how we get the keys, is we do this. And I hope wooting him lets me just farm up keys. And there are different keys they can drop that are used in different doors. We got 2 ancient keys, we got a sludge key, right? Just summon a bunch of them, screw it. Oh, that may have been a mistake. That may have been a mistake. I don't know how hard these guys hit, but... By the way, lightning arrow is really good if its damage is being buffed by a lightning wand. I don't know if I explained this, but since lightning wands are the only ones that don't show up when you grind a wizard in Woot, I'm trying to get 2 fully upgraded lightning wands. One so I have a master lightning wand, and one so I can make the sword. Because you need the master wands are a component of crafting the swords, which is made in the arcane and sorcerer, that multi-block that I showed off earlier. You make the swords in that. So I need one master lightning wand to yeah, just use the rest of that stack. There we go. I need one to turn into a sword and one to keep. I don't think I'm going to have enough magic in this wand to kill all these guys, but I'm just going to switch to the sentient sword after that and just block the rest of them to death. And then we'll go around and open some doors, because I don't know what's behind them. I assume raw Arcanum, but there's probably also other loot there as well. It's out. Okay. Let's go ahead and put that away real quick and take out the sentient sword. There we go. Gentlemen! Yes, it hurts, doesn't it? It's very painful. Ow. Ow. Bonk, 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 bonk. Here we go. Alright, so we got a ton of keys out of that. Ancient keys, degraded keys, soul keys, sludge keys. Nice, nice. And we also have one as a mob, so we can hopefully use that as a shard. Let's go ahead and open some doors and see what's behind them. I think we will start back at the beginning for this, because there's several doors. Ooh, degraded brick door room. This is a good example. This is a room that I marked that has a lot of these doors in them. Let's use some. So we have some degraded keys. There we go. Oh, hey, look at that. If it would let me go through. We have a block of raw arcana. Nice. And if we use another one, let me guess, there's one in each of these? Yeah, go figure. And I have heard from the Divine RPG wiki that essentially using these on the doors just opens the door. So it's possible to waste keys by accidentally clicking too many times to open the door and then close it again and then open the door and then close it again. So that is a thing that can happen. So like, don't. Right, be careful of how you do that. Double sludge doors. Right, there's some of these doors are double doors, and I think that's pretty interesting. Let's open one of these and see what's behind it. We've got some sludge keys. Oh ho. Well, hello there. We got a light, we got a cauldron, we got some dungeon bookshelves. We got arcanite tubes going up into the wall for some reason. We got an arcanum extractor, and we have somebody. Oh, is this like a hot tub? That's pretty cute. War General. Hello, sir. Do not buy from Captain Merrick. He does not care about quality. Okay, he's selling dungeon token. He'll sell you the meteor mash. Drops an explosive meteor from the sky. Infinite ammo, infinite uses. Consumes 35 arcana. Starlight. Infinite ammo, infinite uses. Consumes 5 arcana. Drops a star from the sky. Staff of Starlight, 20 damage, infinite ammo, infinite uses, consumes 25 arcana, drops several scars from the sky. The Arcanite 30 times 23 ranged damage, 23 ranged damage. Infinite ammo, 6,500 uses remaining, consumes 20 arcana. The Arcanite Blade, which we need one of those because it's super enchantable. That's a super enchanted tool. Consumes 30 arcana when swung, damage heavily reduced if the required arcana is not present. General's Staff. Projectile splits into 5 on impact. Infinite ammo, infinite uses. The Vimos set. Full set perks grant health regeneration. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. Hi. So, first of all, some of these things I don't really care about. That's a cool gun. Give me your gun, please. Thank you. And I guess I'll take the Arcanite Blade as well. Thank you. That was one of the super enchants that was listed. I'll take your staff as well. Thank you. And I guess we'll take the full set for laughs, for giggles, because why not? Okay. Let's go ahead and pull out one of the empty backpacks. Give me the keys back. Take all this. Actually, put the keys away, because I think we're done here for now. I can explore some of this on my own later, but... Well, actually, no, because we've opened up a degraded and a sludge, right? Let's find a soul and an ancient key. Let's open each of one of the doors, right? And then we'll stop. I think that's a good stopping point. And also, because you're cool, and I'm building a crew, right? I'm putting together a team, War General, and you're drafted. Hi, come with me. Don't worry, I'm building a hot tub in my world, and not only is it a lot nicer than yours, but there are genetically engineered tomboy Valkyries in mine, so you have something to look forward to. Let's see. Okay. I'll leave that marker up because that's pretty nice. Degraded brick door. Let's open this so we can say we've used a degraded key. I can't remember what the key we used the first time was. Okay. Nice. All right, so we've used degraded keys. Oh, here's Lord Vaticus. I've been looking for you. This is the dude who sells the wizard books. He also sells these Arcana potions that replenish Arcana when you drink them. But the important thing he sells is the wizard book, which is the boss lure that you need to summon that invisible guy we fought. I don't think I have a Lord Vaticus. The one that I found disappeared, so I'm taking you too. Come with me. I'm taking you and I'm putting together a team, Lord Vaticus. You're on my crew now. I'm like Luffy, but much more aggressive, which is saying something because Luffy is already really aggressive with how he builds his crew. Put the graded keys away. So soul and ancient. Let's see if we can find a soul and an ancient door that I've marked somewhere. Ancient brick doors. Yeah, here we go. Here's 4 ancient brick doors. What's in here? Oh, I see. These areas are connected, right. So those two are the same. I'm guessing this also leads to the same thing. Yeah, it sure does. There we go. Okay, we've used some ancient keys. All right, let's find a soul door. I think there's actually a soul door near spawn. Soul sludge door? Was this it? Okay, that probably needs a soul key. Maybe? Yeah, that needed a soul key. Okay. Kind of crappy, but all right. Let's actually go home, because I think there is at the home portal, there is a soul door near here somewhere that we can find. Crows are slowly invading this dimension as well. Many double doors. Were these soul doors? Degraded. No, these were... This was something else entirely. I'll open these two, degraded. Let's see if we can find some soul doors, though, before we dip. I don't want to spend too much time here. Okay. This has an Arcanium Extractor, Splash Potion of Night Vision. I'll take that. Literal trash. Okay. Let's look for some soul doors. Surely I must have marked soul doors somewhere. Dramic Salters, doubled slash degraded. Ancient brick, room where I found the Arcana. Oh, and there's also another NPC out here named Lenora. This is a room I found her in. I blocked it in so she couldn't leave. But she's this weirdo over here. She sells a bunch of the plants. Hitchak sure is tasty, and she grows a bunch of it. But basically, she will sell you different seeds from Divine RPG for Arcana. And then I think she will also... What is it she does? Oh, and she'll sell Arcanite dirt for collectors, which I think is used to grow some of these on them. They won't grow on anything else. And Arcanite grass. But I think if you trade with her enough, she'll unlock a thing where you can give her Hitchak, which is a largely useless substance. I think you can eat it as well, but it's not that very good. But she likes it a lot, and it's a way to... She's like the farm in this, because you can grow Hitchak and then give it to her, and she'll give you, like, Arcanite and collector stuff for it. But, come with me. I'm building a crew. You're on it. Let's see. So let's go home, and then let's start looking real quick. We'll spend like a few minutes looking for a soul door, see if we can find one. What y'all know about soul doors? Ancient brick door. This is a pretty big one. Do we have an ancient key? We should have some ancient keys. Yeah, give me some ancient keys too. Let me open this real fast. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Okay. This is a pretty big area. This is like somebody's house. Okay. Nice. Datacon? Hi. You are weird looking. I swear it almost looks like the two heads are eyes and his torso is his mouth. That doesn't need to be plugged in. I've tried using redstone, but it's primitive. Do you need something hotter than hell? I've come up with a new furnace. That doesn't need to be plugged in. Okay, so he's selling star bridges, arcanite tubes, arcanite ladders, a molten furnace, a green light furnace, an ocean fire furnace, a moonlight, a white fire, a demon furnace, elevantium, acceleron, divine accumulator, launches you into the air, does not prevent fall damage, consumes 80 arcana, infinite uses. Infinite ammo, infinite uses, consumes 20 arcana, pulls mobs towards you. Knocks mobs away. Ender Scepter, consumes 75 arcana. Okay, so you're selling mechanisms, is what you're selling. Oh, buddy, you and I are going to be best friends. I'm building a base in an alternate reality dimension, and you are going to help me pimp it out. We are going to make some cool things. I'm glad I came here and opened this door. Okay. See, you can tell I'm a real wizard because instead of collecting things, I collect people. Don't worry, I'm one of the good guys. I swear. It's not kidnapping. I could have eventually persuaded them to join me of their own free will. I'm just expediting the process. I swear. It's just simpler this way. It's just easier for everybody. Can we get a soul door? Can I find a soul door? That's another ancient door, I think. Because these are ancient bricks. What does the soul substance look like? Because this is degraded brick. That's ancient brick. Is this soul? Yeah, this is soul. The purple mottled stuff. Let's open one of these and then we'll stop. Hello? Is this yet another house? How many people live in here behind locked doors? Okay. This kind of looks like a trap, but alright. It's not. Cool, cool. And I think we'll stop there. We'll stop there for now. You get the general idea. So we've kidnapped some people. We've got a gun. How does it work? It has infinite ammo. It provides its own ammo. It uses arcana to fire. Okay, so it just shoots like a cloud of stardust at people, which is pretty cool. It's like a shotgun. Okay. How much damage does it do? Let's find an enemy real fast and shoot someone with it before we leave. Because the enemies in this maze have a crap ton of health, so this should definitely be a good test. Where is somebody? I need something hostile. That's another... a zealous? I don't think I've seen you before. I'm thinking of giving Lenora a flower. She won't find it too fancy, though. My minions will overrun any world. Have you seen Lenora lately? She's looking mighty fine, as far as I can tell. I'm thinking of... wait a minute. Fiacrix spawn egg. Spawns a pet Fiacrix. Semir egg. Paratiku egg. Golem of rejuvenation. Or is that a golem that grants everyone regen? Buddy, I'm putting together a team. I'm gonna have a town of bizarre, weird people living with me in another dimension. You know what? I'm there for it. It's a vibe. We're going there. Oh, you're a hostile wizard. You're exactly who I was looking for. That does a tremendous amount of damage. That wizard had 180 health, and that thing two-shot him. It almost one-shot him. Holy cow. Okay, so the Arcanite Blaster is pretty good. Hang on, can it be enchanted? Arcanite. Can you be enchanted with vanilla enchants? You can. The only really valuable things I can put on you are mending and unbreaking, which I might do. You're pretty cool. I'll keep you. You're going in the bag, I think. I'll hold on to you. Anyway, let's move on. We've got other places to go, primarily the Twilight Forest. So let's get on out of here. All right. Boop. And there we go. So that's the Dungeon of Arcana. I didn't realize that the collectors were also used to summon the dudes who have the keys. I thought the dudes who had the keys were just wandering around, and I was wondering where on earth they all were. But apparently that's the answer to that question, is you summon them at any of the altars. I still need to do more exploring in there because I need to find a Phoenix altar. We're going to need... or rather, it might be easier to do it with Content Tweaker because I'm not quite sure what it's called. But we're looking for... Content Tweaker this is all the custom stuff he's added to this pack for his own custom progression, which it might be considered slight spoilers looking at all of this, but I'm looking for something specific, but I don't know what it's called. Where are you? Where are all of the special drops from bosses? I'm not seeing them, but I could just be blind. They're probably early on, like just after the... Oh, wait, no, here they are. Kinda. Oh, they're scattered all over. They're not in a group. Okay, that sucks. How would I find this? I think it's used to make one of the things, because I think there's a super enchant I need for this. Is it the Black Ender Sword that I can't super enchant without it? No, that wants the Ayurako scales. The Legendary Ender Eye I can make. One of the enchants we can't make without it. One of the super enchants. It's not you. Which one is it? I'm sorry. I'm getting lost in the sauce right now. It's the one that the other thing that can be summoned. That in that dimension. It's not the other guy, but it's the giant bug. We need to find a Phoenix altar. I think that's where that appears. Is I have to use a wizard book on the... Oh, you got in here and you started taking some of the things I was automating. Get out of here, you little trash bird. Anyway, let's go ahead and go to the Twilight Forest and see if we can clear the Urgas Tower. And I think we'll probably stop there. I don't think there's much we can do beyond that. Oh, wait, no, there is one thing we need to do, and I almost forgot about him. We should... Before we commit to the Twilight Forest, because I think that'll be the last big push, and then we'll stop. I need to go kill the Gatekeeper, okay, which was in Omathal. We need to go style on him real fast, because he's the thing that's gating me on getting fully upgraded to things in Meatballcraft. So you know how we've made the keys that open the different portals to the dimensions, and we also have the staff that can harness dimensional essence. And all that jazz, right? The final crafting goal there is... Where are you? I'm not standing exactly on it, so I'm not seeing him. It's not the Dreadlands. It's not the Dark Realm. Omathal. The final form of that is Staff of the Gatekeeper, which is both the best staff and it's also an Omni Key in one. It does the traits of both in one trick, so it's quite useful. So... We need his eye to do that, right? To craft it, to get the Staff of the Gatekeeper. Staff of the... That should pull it up somewhere. Staff of the Gatekeeper. The Staff of Jahazar, Gatekeeper of the Abyss. Okay. Mode, Gateway Key. Press M to change mode. Right-click on the ground to create a portal. Infinite uses. Shift right-click to create an alternative portal, right? And it's got two modes, which is mode 1 is Staff of Rending, mode 2 is Gateway Key, so we can change it back and forth. It can also be enchanted. We use the Omathal staff and upgrade it. So the key and the staff combine together to create the super staff, right? And we also need it to create an Abyssal Nomicon. We need his eye for that as well. Or rather, I think what we need is, we don't need his eye to make the staff, but we need his eye to make the Abyssal Nomicon, which is the big boy Necronomicon, and then only the Abyssal Nomicon can craft the Staff of the Gatekeeper, right? So where is he? How do you find him? Well, he's at a specific location. Specifically, he's at 0-0. He's at the center, right? So we can find him by going to the center of this dimension, which we're going to do real fast. I don't anticipate this boss being a big deal. Can we actually fly here, or is this a flight-restricted dimension? No, this is a flight-restricted dimension. Okay. Where's my bag that has all the other stuff in it? It's here. Give me... Where's my Terra Steel boat? I had a Terra Steel boat. You even saw me use it. Is it in my bag of actual tools? Yes, it is. Okay. We'll boat there. I could teleport there too, but I don't know. I'd like to have excuses to use the boat. It's not that far. He's in the center. As far as I know, I think there's only one of him, which is kind of scary because if something happens to him, you're kind of screwed. I wouldn't have programmed it this way if I was the guy developing this mod, but then again, we've already had a discussion about the some of the interesting choices that the Abyssal dev has used in the implementation of Abyssal. Excuse me. I don't agree with some of the things he's done. I don't make a secret about it. I don't like his portals. I think they're dangerous and kind of lazy in how they're designed. But you can definitely tell you're here because there's a giant structure here that doesn't match anything else. It's very obvious that we've come to a strange place. And as you can see, we are at Y91, Z10. If you go to 00 on the map, the center of the world, there you will find him. Let's go ahead and beat him up real quick. Let's run him for his lunch money. And then we will continue on into the Twilight Forest and try and beat the Urgast Tower today. That is my goal here. This whole dungeon is made of dark Exathium bricks. Where is the entrance? That's probably the boss room where we fight him, I would suspect. Where is he? Ouch. Ouch. Oh. This is happening again. The paralysis demons are back. Because I forgot to take my meds before I went to bed, so now the paralysis demons are here once again to twerk on top of my bed and taunt me. Okay. You know what? Where are you? Actually, let me hit one of these real quick. I'm sorry. I really need to start focusing on the magic wands. I really do. I need to start aggressively using the other magic wands to level them up. Let me recharge my depleted magic wand and use it for this fight. If it gets a little too gnarly, if he has a trillion health, I'll switch to the shurikens and start doing it that way. But I really need to recharge this wand and use it more. I need to be using it more. I'm sorry for the slight detour, but I need to be focusing on this and using it as much as I can. Okay, if we /home, that'll shortcut us back to the top. Once again, wave goodbye, because this may be the last time you get to see my base. We'll probably be back before the end of this episode. Omathal. That is a lot of health. Interesting. Decorative Jahazar statues everywhere. Kind of wish the warp effect hasn't fogged this place up. I kind of can't see crap, which is not ideal. Okay, there we go. It faded now. Let's see. So there's several paths we can take here. Let me check the scanner real quick, because I think the scanner still should have the ability to scan for Abyssal crates. Got it on Weedwood chests right now. Let me go ahead and make another Abyssal crate and teach it since we're here. There we go, wooden crate. Hi. Scan for this, please. There we go. Are there any... No, wrong thing. Oh! There's some stuff over there, what looks like an entire... Or wait, no, is that That's a building. That's because that's one of the storerooms. That's not connected to the dungeon. That's a storeroom structure that just has tons of stuff in it. Oh wow, there's like crystal clusters here. Oh, I kind of need to loot this place. This is. Wait a minute. We need to. Let's focus. Let's kill him first. But we kind of need to come back here. Hang on. Loot. Gonna have to hit that up after we kill that guy. Is there anything in his dungeon that is lootable that I need to worry about? It doesn't look like it. I don't think there is. Anything? No. Man, these gatekeeper minions are useless. You guys can't even see me. Get good. How much damage does this... you guys have 62,000 health. I'm not throwing shurikens at you. That's just a bad idea. They're so beefy. Oh, hey, I think that's him over there. He's kind of spooky looking, ain't he? Looks real Cthulhu-esque. Let's go check out that library before we pick a fight with him. What is over here? Because you know me, if I'm going to break into an Elder God's house and be rude, I should check his library first to see if there's anything cool in it. Okay, this is essentially a setup that would allow us to perform the rituals here if we wanted to, and I kind of feel like this is probably the most baller way to do it, is to just use the pre-set up thing for his for his thing, because that's the correct configuration. Library. Ritual circle. I think that's a thematic. This is a thematically appropriate place to create the staff of the gatekeeper, don't you? I'll do that. We'll do it on that. Is what we'll do. I don't think I need the staff of the gatekeeper for anything specific. It's just a really nice tool to have. So I might do that on screen next time. You're the one who's causing random fog ups because you're still alive. Get out of here. Okay. That fog should fade in a moment. Yeah, it goes. There it goes. Okay, Jahazar. You are one of the elder gods. You're extremely ugly. My question to you is, do you fit in a Pokeball, though? Gatekeeper of the Abyss. You're not nearly as tough as your own followers are. Are you aware of this? Buddy, you gotta, like... You gotta eat some Wheaties or something. Your dudes have, like, 16,000, 65,000 health. It's crazy. So... Jahazar, I gotta ask, you're an ancient elder god, right? And I'm stuck in a recursion loop, right? In fact, it even says as much in my thing, right? It says so. Essence of the Gatekeeper. I finally met the master of my power. Delving even deeper, I found a monster, a really powerful monster. But this is my undeath we're talking about, so I kicked his you-know-what. I feel free, I think, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, I've read that before. So I'm an immortal. And you're an immortal. Which means, realistically, there's no real point to us fighting, because technically I can't kill you, and you can't kill me either. So it raises a real question here, right? Which is, why would I ever fight you, and why would you ever fight me? Obviously, I think the answer is clear here, right? There is only one reason we would ever want to fight each other. And it's because I came here to style on you, my guy. Do you have any idea how much more powerful of a wizard I am than you, Jahazar? Do you have any idea how strong I am? Look at me. Look at me. I'm magnificent. Oh. Wow, that's a lot of dudes. I feel like this is definitely a form of instant karma. This right here. This is definitely a form of instant karma. But all that aside, I'm feeling pretty omnipotent. I'm not going to lie. I think it's clear that the only reason I came here was to Mogul, right? I'm just here. I'm just here for this, for not really any other reason. You know, when a person becomes a wizard, they're supposed to choose another name for themselves, right? Jahazar, you know what I'm talking about? Like, Jahazar probably isn't your real name either. Like, you probably have some elder god name that you don't share with people. And the reason wizards need another name is because they need a kind of, like, safety nets. Because fairies and demons and stuff are always after your name, right? So you need a fake name to go by. So as a master of the arcane arts, Jahazar, I really think I need a name. Just to, you know, just so I have a proper wizard name. And I think I'm going to call myself Bozo. I'm going to be Bozo the Magnificent. Do you know why I'm Bozo the Magnificent, Jahazar? Because I came here to clown on you. You're pretty spicy. Interesting. Interesting. I apparently can't do that to you. Oh, do you just avert all magic spells? Interesting. How do you feel about damage, though? If I just block with, like, I don't know. Oh, blocking you does some fair damage. I see. You don't have a lot of health because you have really high defense. Gotcha. You know, if you keep throwing a tantrum like this, Jahazar, I'm just going to put you back in the Pokeball. I'm just going to put you back in the Pokeball if you're going to be like this, man. Like, I feel like we had an understanding, you and I. And I feel like you're ruining that understanding, honestly. I feel like the understanding is ruined. I thought we had something, Jahazar. I'm going to actually do this to you back here so there's less space for you to move. There we go. I actually can't move towards him. He's doing some kind of thing that forces me away from him physically. If I try and move towards him, I just slide up this wall, whatever it is. So, yeah, now he's released it. Now I can move forward. Yeah, just get in the corner and bonk me a couple of times. That's right. Yeah, exactly. This is definitely more effective than whatever it was you were just doing 5 seconds ago, for sure. Please, please. Oh, no. He's doing the thing again. Come on. I could do this all day, Jahazar. There is no goal to two immortals fighting, except for one to style on the other. It's purely, it's 100% the dominance display. That's all this is. Do you want me to put you back in the Pokeball? Because I can. I can put you back in the Pokeball, Jahazar. Doesn't have to be this way. This is like the cheapest move he's got, this force field thing that pushes me back. I can't even... Fine, I'll just stand here. I'll humiliate you more. Thanks for body blocking me, dude. Shugnathrod sounds like a really good Swedish metal band. I prefer Ligmathrod, though, personally. You were just a cheese lord. You don't even fight, Jahazar. You just throw people around. I'm kind of disappointed in you. I thought this was going to be something interesting. Congratulations, you killed me. No, not even close. You can't kill a great old one. Buddy, we just had this conversation. What you killed is a simulacrum, a mere physical incarnation of infinite darkness. Some might call it a puppet. Something that escapes a human when they delve into madness is the concept of reality. An example of this is you believing you've slain a great old one. No, I've mogged you. Any sane person would realize going after such a powerful being is nothing but certain death. I mogged you, but your mind has been twisting itself harder the more knowledge you gain. Nope. I know exactly what this was. The fact you thought for a second you had killed me shows just how insane you've become. Now, readings have already led you here, so wouldn't you want more knowledge? Perhaps death is what you truly desire. Let me unleash the last power contained within this hollow puppet. It'll give me the answer. If you survive the blast, take this mere fragment of my being. It will give you access to the Abyssal Nomicon. Buddy, I feel like that was really just cope. That was just a lot of cope coming from you. I put you in a Pokeball. Yeah, it wasn't the real you. This isn't the real me either. We're stuck in a recursion loop. We've been over this, Jahazar. Alright, fine, whatever. Okay, we have the Essence of the Gatekeeper, so we can go now. That's all we came here for. Well, that and the memes. We also came here for the memes. Let's not overlook that. Put that away, 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 that away. There we go. Put the Great Sword away, I think. Put that down, that there, there. Put the scanner there, and guess we'll do one of these. Yeah, we'll do that. That looks about right. Okay. Now, let's go to the Twilight Forest and beat the Urgas Tower, and I think we'll stop there for today. I think that'll be a good stopping point. I think we're about, I believe I started this at 9:30 my time, and it is 11:59, so 9, 10, 11, 12. So yeah, if I've kept track of this correctly, we should have been this in about 3 hours. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But we'll go ahead and go to the Twilight Forest and try and beat that. Let's see. Where is it? Here. Give me some of these. Yeah. And then actually, you know what? Let me slash home real fast. I've never actually done this, but I don't know of a reason not to. I'm actually gonna take that. I'm gonna take the thing with me, the infusion, not the infusion altar, but whatever it's called, the thing that lets you recharge your wand. I'm gonna take that with me, and I'm also gonna take some crystal with me, just so I can recharge my wand on the fly. And I believe we can go ahead and do one of these. Switch off of that. Man, can you believe how hard Jahazar coped there at the end, man? No, you didn't mog me. You got mogged, bro. My magic was better than yours. I literally put you in a Pokeball and put you in my pocket. The only reason we even had a fight at all is because I let you back out. I felt bad for you, bro. I felt bad for your physical incarnation of your recursion fragment, so I took you back out of the Pokeball so we could fight. Now you're gonna talk trash at the end. You're gonna be like, "Oh, wasn't really me." Yeah, well, this wasn't really a Pokeball either. It was a figment of your imagination, but it sure locked you up, huh? The Elder Gods are very sore losers. They're just really whiny. You will remember this day as the day you got clowned on by Bozo the Magnificent. I'm out here heading towards the Betweenlands. That is the wrong direction. I was about to say, don't tell me I missed it. Okay. I think we'll use, once again, the boat for this, probably, because it'll just be easier. You're starting to see the value of the mana mirror, right? Because I can just use toys like this, and I don't have to worry about the mana cost. As long as I keep that one thing topped off, we're in the clear. And there is also a creative item. There's a dev item called, I think, the Guilty Pool. Let me double check that to make sure I'm over a tree. But there is a yeah. So the everlasting guilty pool, worthy of an egoist. I believe that is a reference to the fact that you have to cheat this in Vanilla Botania. So it is a guilty pool because you should feel guilt, and it is worthy of an egoist because you are cheating to give yourself infinite mana. It could also be a Sterner reference. I don't know. It could be a Sterner meme. Who knows? But it is a creative pool of mana. It has an infinite mana source. However, in this pack specifically, it's craftable. We can make one of these, and we're pretty close to being able to make it too. We need Gaia mana spreaders, which we can make. We can need Dungeon tokens, which we can get. Thermal lilies, Rose Arcanas, Munch Dews, and Gormarillas, which we can make. And I think we can make the Terrasteel, or no, the Terrasteel crystals are found outside the Dungeon of Arcana. So we're going to have to make the Terrasteel Breaker to get out of the Dungeon of Arcana legitimately. But that, Orichalcos, and we can make Orichalcos. It's just a card. Sedonite is the real stopper here. It's found in Sedna, so we're going to have to go to space, I believe. We're going to have to build our rocket from advanced rocketry and travel to space to be able to get that material. But once we do, we'll be able to make the Everlasting Guilty Pool, which I'm pretty sure you can tie a mana mirror to it, which means I just have infinite mana reflected into my inventory. That's post mana at that point. So, really, you guys are going to do this? I just was about to rock up on the Urgas Tower, and you're going to ruin it with fog, huh? Is there a way to, like, if I move far enough away, does it go away? I swear, the game just trolls me. Anyway, so we're over the thing, right? And I'm actually close enough that you can see it now. But this is the Dark Forest, and below the Dark Forest is where the Night Stronghold is. This is the Urgas Tower. You can kind of see the silhouette of it here. It's much cooler. I'm sorry the fog has ruined this. I'm really kind of upset about that. I really hate that Thaumcraft has ruined that. Is there like a clear weather effect that can be... If I toggle rain, does it... No. Hang on, I'm sorry. This looks cool enough. I'm actually going to go back and come back to this dimension. I'm sorry. That's just silly. I hate that did that. Can we get a do-over of that? Will the fog go away? Of all the things it could have hit me with, it's the fog. Always the fog. Every time the fog. The Urgas Tower is... No, it's not even going to go away when it's here. It's just going to stay with me for ages. Is this the one where the fog is the effect? There's no guardians. It's just fog? That would suck if so. I think it's the one where it's just fog, no guardians. Oh, man. Oh, man! Lame. You don't even get to see it really cool for the first time. Oh, there's some lag there. I kind of want to maybe wait it out. Or actually, no. I need to go back anyway because we need to get scrolls for the ascents to the tower. Because I'm now being hit by warp again. So what we'll do is we'll get some scrolls out of the barrel, and then we'll just go back and deal with it. Maybe the fog will have cleared up by then. Oh, hey, fog's clear. Never mind then. There we go. So the Urgas Tower is the reason the height limit is so tall. I believe the Urgas Tower is like straight up to the top of the height limit. If it's not there, it's very close. It's up there. It's the reason the dimension is so low. Hello? Why are you not casting? There we go. I think that's just lag. There's just lag in the game. Anyway, that's the reason that the height ceiling is raised so much in that dimension, why the spawn is so low. Like, look, we're on Y level 67 here, right? So there's 67 blocks below us to bedrock. In the Twilight Forest, we're at Y38, and I think we're on a hill, too. So that is essentially there to give you more headroom for tall structures. It's not just the Snow Queens like Glacier Fortress that's like that. It is also the Urgas Tower. So if we head over here, we will see it in a moment. And then if we just continue in, if we didn't beat the there it is. Check that out. Isn't that sweet? So if we hadn't beaten the knights, that entire tower would be protected, meaning that no blocks in it can be broken. And additionally, all mobs in it, including the boss at the top of the tower, spoiler alert, it's the Urgas that we saw last episode, will also be protected. They would be unkillable. So the dungeon is effectively uncompletable until you beat the knights. Okay, you cannot complete it until then. But since we beat the knights, we can now do the Urgas Tower. You have been slightly spoiled. You did see the Urgas last episode, but that's fine. I mean, it's not fine, but it's fine. This is one of the last big dungeons, because similar to Blood Alchemy, this mod was never finished. It is being worked on. It's not a complete loss, but there are things in it that are not done. So since the castle, which is supposed to be the last dungeon, isn't fully implemented, this is the real last dungeon. Okay. It has a lot of interesting blocks here, including these blocks that do stuff like this, which is pretty cool. And in fact, I think we can we mine these and take them? I sure can, but I have to wait until they come back into existence if I want to do that, which I will. I don't think you can craft these. I think you have to... Oh, you can! Oh, nice. They are craftable. Never mind then. You need encased tower wood, redstone, and carbonite, which is the material, the substance that is present in this area. So, and the vanishing blocks are not harvestable. They just disappear. They're one-time use only. I think once you click them, they're gone. So, I think I mentioned this before, but Twilight Forest does a lot of environmental storytelling. And it doesn't do a whole lot of holding your hand in terms of explaining what on earth is going on. Which I really like. It's why I have compared this to Dark Souls at times. I have compared this to Dark Souls. It doesn't play like Dark Souls. I think a lot of people get real mad if I say something like that. What I mean by it feels like a Dark Souls game is, one, it's very much post-apocalyptic. You're here after the fact. The story's already happened. You're just here to finish off the survivors and loot their corpses. But there's a whole lot of not hand-holding in this pack, and instead what it does is it just sort of... I don't really know how to... By the way, this is a puzzle. The anti-builder stops you from building things. So essentially what you have to do is you have to work your way through this puzzle. It's not quite implemented correctly, though, because I can sort of just do this. But you can break these, too, and that should end the effect, I think. But essentially, it's a way to slow you down. There's a lot of interesting little toys in this. So as far as the actual this area is concerned, I only have like guesses as to exactly what it is that happened in this tower. Something bad. I'll tell you that for free. Whatever happened here was not good. This is sort of a place where all the wizards and also all of the engineers in this dimension hung out, and they did experiments, and they did things here, right? They were experimenting, trying to find the secrets of the universe, right? They were figuring stuff out. They did something they shouldn't have. They were experimenting with a substance called carbonite, which is the basis of all the like stuff you see here, like the anti-builder, these carbonite builders, all this stuff, all these toys and little mechanical tools. This whole tower is full of carbonite devices and gadgets. They found a way to build a portal using carbonite and activated it. Here's what the carbonite builder does. It's this, which I think is pretty cool. I kind of am breaking a lot of this because I have the ability to just fly. Can I harvest these and use them? Yeah, and by turning this on and turning it off again, it assumes different patterns. And the idea is you're supposed to flick through them until you find the way up. There's different ways this is supposed to go. which flight or the ability to hover, yeah, this was the correct one. You got to flip it like 3 times to reach this place. I think the anti-builder stops you from building things here. Also, the anti-builder looks kind of crappy against what I'm doing, but that's because the Divine Shikax has such an insanely high efficiency. Normally, the anti-builder would completely prevent me from mining anything, or it would just be constantly getting in the way. But I'm mining so quickly, it can't keep up, so I'm kind of clowning on the anti-builder. But the idea for this puzzle is you're supposed to reach these different levers, and then start testing levers, flicking them over and over again to try and find the correct sequence to make it all the way up, which of course, like, it doesn't. I mean, I can just go. I just have the power to skip this whole thing. But that's the way you solve that puzzle. Have we missed anything? I don't think we've missed any chests. Not yet. Is there anything below us? No. There will be things above us. Yes. Lots of things. But there's nothing below us. We haven't missed anything yet. They were experimenting with Carbonite. They built some interesting contraptions and devices with it. They built a portal, and they opened it. And that, as they say, was a mistake. That was their undoing. It opened a portal to what I can only describe as super hell, and the Urgast came through and absolutely wrecked them and everything to do with them. Like, it went poorly. And they tried to prevent it from just overrunning them. Oh, hey, we got books. We also got Experiment 115, which is, what this is, it's kind of cute. It's a cake that regenerates over time, so you can lay it down in the world. If you put a Minecraft cake in the world, like, I don't know if you're aware of this, C-A-K-E. It's funny what some people remember and some people don't about the way Minecraft works, but if you put a cake in the world and you eat it, right, it dynamically disappears. Experiment 115 is a cake that regenerates over time, so it's theoretically an infinite food source as long as you only eat it sparingly. They made Experiment 115 here, which is pretty cute. Does that have an EMC value? No, it doesn't. Let's put all of that crap away. I guess I'll eat a piece of it. There. We dine at Eternal Sundown. Also mystery meats. You see, and if you put it down on the ground like that, it'll slowly regenerate as a pie chart thing over time. You can't pick it up if you break it, but it is essentially, it is a thing that regenerates. So it's pretty handy as a food. It's a neat little toy that you can earn. There's a lot of little experiments like that in here. They opened a portal to Super Hell, and the Urgast came through, absolutely wrecked them, like completely dunked on them. And they tried to stop it. They failed. They did not succeed. Their attempts to stop it failed spectacularly. And it has essentially overrun the tower with other things from Super Hell besides it. Ooh, an advanced Electroblob spell. Nice. I'll take that as well. Thank you. I don't have all of the Electroblob's spells yet, but I'm working on it. I'm getting there. So I quite like it. It is an interesting dungeon. Pardon me. These doors need keys. Locked vanishing block. We can't open this until we have 4 keys that can open it up. So I believe that is progression. That's the way forwards. So if we want to go through, we're going to have to find the keys. So let's go ahead and look for them. We'll start with this one. Okay. Now, as you can see, some nether adjacent things have indeed occurred here, have they not? Parts of the building are on fire. There's netherrack and stuff everywhere. Wow, I wonder what happened here. Nothing good. I don't know if there's going to be anything up here. Sometimes there's stuff in these ruined towers, and sometimes there's not. Yeah, there's stuff here. Okay, there's nothing up here, but... Right, and you can see that there's little gadgets all around the tower. They were experimenting with carbonite and redstone. Making things like piston pulsers and stuff like this. Making little redstone toys. There's some more interesting things up near the top, including something that is very explicitly a trap. If you activate it, it's actually a bomb, and it will go off and make a very big explosion. I will set one off for you so you can see it, because it's pretty fun to see it at least once. But they tried to make, I think it's meant to be either part of a portal, or it's like some kind of perpetual engine that they were trying to make using carbonite. It doesn't work right, though, and if you turn it on, it just goes off like a bomb. It's just a bomb. There we go. Let's listen to that audio. This is appropriate since this is the last real dungeon in this pack. Let me go ahead and jack that up to like 85. There we go. Let's listen to that lullaby about the end of the world. In fact, we can do that even louder. I'm fine with that. Are you guys fine with that? I'm fine with that. Let's put that up to 100. Sure. There's where the keys. We need 4 of those. Also, you'll notice something really interesting. This is part of how I really like the Twilight Forest for its dynamic storytelling, right? You'll notice something, which is the key, right? You see how the key is shaped? Like that, like sort of a peanut or a stretched 8. The spiders have that shape on them, too. You see, there's lots of weird little connections in the Twilight Forest. Twilight Forest is there are, because it's been largely discontinued. Oh jeez. Hang on. Because it has been largely discontinued, sadly, there's not as much progress like made on it as there are in some other mods. There are other dimension mods, I think, that are more advanced than it. Like the Betweenlands is a more complete and complex mod than the Twilight Forest, to be completely honest. I'm not even sure where I came in. I'm kind of lost. I might go back down and start over. We'll go back down and start over real quick because this is real easy. I can just cheese the puzzle. We'll just start over. But it's the best at environmental storytelling, in my opinion. There's no lore about this dimension, except if you go to a place you're not supposed to, one of those little gremlins will spawn, and he will essentially like tell you, if you kill him, he'll drop a journal that's called like Journal of an Unknown Explorer that gives you hints as to where you go next, right? Where you have to go next to unlock further progression, but that's like it. That's all you get. And those little ghasts are called like Carmenite broodlings. They're not or Carmenite ghastlings. This is essentially foreshadowing that there's a big one at the top of the tower. This is foreshadowing for the Urghast. But there's a lot of environmental storytelling in the Twilight Forest, which is why it does remain one of my favorite mods, my favorite extra dimension mods. I really, really like it. I think it's a very good mod. We're not going to go into any of the other areas just yet. We're going to go and finish out this one first, because I believe there's going to be like one key per like sequence of towers. Probably is how that's going to go. So which directions have we gone? We went this way. That's a charge creeper. He gets charged because of the lightning. That's a little scary. A drawback to using lightning spells, I believe almost every electrical spell in Electroblobs can in fact charge creepers. It's a little bit spooky. Right, and this is where I got jumped by the ghasts. So I think we're ready to go back down. Okay. I can cheat this and just fly up to the top of the tower, but I want to do this by the books, because this is a really cool dungeon. It's a cool place to be. Check that one next. I also do have the Darkwoods data model installed. I believe that data model will actually allow us to make Carmenite if we want it, which I do, because you can use Carmenite to make most of the devices that you see in the tower, and I've always kind of wanted an excuse to to build a base with them, and hey, this pack is a great excuse for that, isn't it? Let me go ahead and swipe one of these real fast. In fact, give me just all the shards, because we'll probably find uses for each of them. We'll put these in here for now, but I do want one for the broodlings, I think. If I can get another one to spawn, yeah. I don't remember what these guys drop, but they might drop something important. Okay. I don't think they drop like I don't think they drop like Carmenite or anything. I think they're just little Nyar spiders that are here to be obnoxious. Okay. Okay. This tower is empty. No. A little bit of lag there. There's another key, so we now have 2 of the 4 keys we need to continue. Oh, hey, a wild boar. Why did you spawn up here? That's weird. You're a forest critter. You're supposed to spawn way down on the forest floor. I don't know how you got here. But your existence in a place you aren't is enough to intrigue me, and an intrigued wizard is a wizard who is willing to engage in kidnapping. Thank you for volunteering to come join me at wherever it is I live. Okay. Ooh, these guys are also fun, the pinch beetles. You have a lot of health. Okay. I think that'll do it, because there were 3 doors, and we need 4 keys. So finding 2 keys in this tower makes sense. The other 2 branches will probably have 1 key each, I suspect. Oh, summon a goblin. Already have that spell. I'm glad we're getting to hear the music, because I didn't want... At some point, we're going to reach a point where we're not coming back to the Twilight Forest, especially since he's got the different machines that can make things from specific dimensions. I'm glad you're getting to hear the music before the end. In fact, I might even do one of these. If I turn weather down, hostile creatures down... One of the saddest parts about Minecraft is, in a lot of the modded stuff, the songs you can get on the discs are not the songs that are the ambient things that play. And that's the only thing I don't like about the Twilight Forest, the saddest thing about it. You can't get this music on the music discs that are added by this dimension. The music on those discs is completely different. There's the 3rd key. It's totally different. It's nothing. They're totally different songs. I would love... Oh, I just threw that in there. That was a mistake. Because I think any enchanted book you throw in there just gets lost. I don't think it... Because what they do is they give you enchanted book, which is... it's like a debug item. You're not supposed to be able to get it in normal Minecraft play. It's an enchanted book that has no enchantment on it, right? It's just a glowing book that does nothing. I think we just destroyed that enchantment book by throwing it in, but that's okay. We have tons of enchantments. I can create enchantments at will, so losing that isn't that big of a deal. But I really wish... My 2 greatest wishes, right, are, one, I want these songs, right? And two, I wish that, like, the thing for tinkers that lets you listen to stuff on the go, I really wish that instead of it being a trait that's assigned to a part, right? Like an actual trait, I wish instead of that it was more like the Nether Star thing, right? Where you apply it to a tool, and you know what? You can even make it so that if you die, it breaks, right? But what I want it to be able to do is I want like a jukebox, like, and I want it to be free because it's not actually changing gameplay at all, right? Me wanting to listen to the music on the fly doesn't do anything. So I feel like, much like the Nether Star thing, it should just be something you can apply that doesn't cost a modifier at all. Like, I can just combine a note block and a jukebox onto my Tinker's tool to be able to give it a slot and let it play songs on the go. It's a really goofy wish. I know it's very plebeian. It's very pedestrian, but it is nevertheless my desire. Because there's some really good music in modded Minecraft. Like, there are some people who went real extra with it, and they didn't have to. Like, for real, they did not. Let's go this direction first. Okay, that's another spawner. That's another spawner. That's a chest. Oh, one of these. What fun. Do I already have dark wood? Yeah, I already have it on my table. So this is quite the annoying jump puzzle in vanilla Minecraft, where you have to like climb on these ladders, right? And then you gotta jump, right? And it's like a parkour course. But the fact that I, one, have climbing gloves from Cyclic, and two, I have the squid ring that lets me just jet up, makes this whole thing a little bit trivial, right? But this is a nice little parkour puzzle for your frustration and pleasure. Since we are playing modded Minecraft, it is largely a non-issue. I'm just clowning around on it. And your reward at the top is, of course, this. And that's our last key. Nice. I believe that's the roof. Yes, there's nothing up here. Aha, a Carmonite Golem. I believe these guys will drop Carmonite when they die. I think they can. I don't believe there's much reason to Woot Shard one, but I'm going to. I know they drop iron, but I believe they can drop other things too. I think they can drop Carmonite as well. I'm pretty sure we can just, let me double check that. We can just make Carmonite, right? So Carmonite's craftable. If you take Ghastyr's Borer Essence, which are the termites that are living in this tower, they are infesting the wood here, and redstone, you can make Carmonite. And the Loot Fabricator, right. It can take pristine Twilight Darkwood matter and create Carmonite out of it as well. And carbonite is used in several substances. It's used to make the builders. It's used to make the reappearing blocks. It's used to make the carbonite reactor, which is the bomb I mentioned. It's used to make vanishing blocks. You can make a block of carbonite. He's got a custom recipe here where we create a jewel of the Twilight Forest and then make a Twilight Diamond. He also has custom recipes, which I'm very thankful for, that allow us to make the different blocks in the Twilight Forest if we want to decorate with them, including Maze Stone, Underbrick, Aurora Blocks, Naga Stone, and the castle bricks that the castle is made out of. It's used in a couple of different custom recipes to make Twilight Essence. It's used to make Abyssal Caps. It's used to make the Dark Matter Pedestal. This was the only thing that we're missing to stop us from making that if we wanted to. And it's used to make a couple of different things. There's also the Carbonite Empower, which this is the block that allows us to make things from the Twilight Forest. And hang on, it's right. And the Carbonite Empower can super enchant some of the objects from here. We can use it to make different important things like transformation powder. We can use it to make Meef, Maze Wafers, Experiment 115. We can use it to make magic beans. Taint Wood from Thumbcraft. I'm not sure why we would want that. We can use it to make giant obsidian, fragments of madness, hearts of Pixonia, and so forth and so on. So there's also another multi-block we're going to be able to craft eventually as well using Carbonite to make the Twilight Forest dimensional machine. That will enable us to do fun processes. I do appreciate, by the way, sainagh, just as an aside, I think it's quite thematic that some of the things necessary to both go to higher level dimensions like Pixonia and the Clown World, whose name I don't know, as well as some of the things to do with madness and really esoteric and obscure magic, you have put them on the Carbonite Empowerer, because I think that's very appropriate considering what they presumably were experimenting with here in the Urghast Tower. Shoutouts to sainagh for respecting modded Minecraft lore and putting lore appropriate things in his completely custom stuff. He did not have to go that extra, but he did because he is a mad lad. You strongly resist magic. How do you feel about shurikens? Not too hot. Oh, you've got a Halloween candy. Give me that. What did we get in our little loot bag? Halloween candy dry. I've already found that. Actually, I think it's about time to let's do one of these. I like how I'm poisoned, but I have so much health and so much passive regeneration, I literally, I don't care. I do not care at all. Okay, now that we've assembled these 4 keys, we can continue our upwards ascent through this locked door. Tower keys, which look suspiciously like the abdomens of the spiders that we've seen, go here, 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 and here. And then we can finally activate the door. We could have also totally cheated and just floated our way up the tower, but as I said, I want to do this one by the books. Ooh, good music is kicking in. Da, 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 da. This is the one that sounds a little Legend of Zelda-y. I like this one. Love the flute work. It's very cool. Oh, it looks like there was a chest here, but it got blown up when the tower generated its damage. That's unfortunate. Aha, there's another door. Probably if we had gone further up the tower instead of taking a side path. Because there's, we're getting keys again. Okay, it looks like we've been pretty efficient in cleaning up the chests so far. I don't see anything below us, which is good. That's good news. Okay. Oh, we never went this way. I just didn't realize it because stuff is missing. Okay, this room that was going to be at the top of this appears to have been blasted. It's gone. Okay. Unfortunate, but fair enough. This is also part of the environmental storytelling that I was mentioning earlier. One of the things I really appreciate here is as you climb further and further up the tower, it becomes increasingly apparent with things like gas spawner or with blaze spawners, as well as there's little farms of netherwort that they were growing in the tower. It becomes increasingly apparent that they were doing experiments with not only carbonite but also the nether. They were experimenting with the nether. So it's sort of all build up to revealing the Urghast at the top. Also, a handy thing you may notice is with all these fires, believe it or not, actually the tower wood and the encased tower wood does not burn. It's not a flammable substance. Because if it was, the tower would burn down from all the lit netherrack that spawns for environmental, effect. So you can, in fact, build with the tower wood if you want. It is a fireproof substance, which is quite nice. But probably an unpopular opinion, but well, it's the first part of this isn't unpopular. The second part might be a bit of a spicy take. I do like Dark Souls, and I like how they tell stories in Dark Souls. How FromSoft largely relies upon environmental storytelling to tell the stories. Especially with how well they've gotten at designing environments in stuff like Elden Ring, I really think they could probably get away. I'm not even going to participate in this. I'm just going to jump over here. Screw you. I think they could get away with doing a Twilight Forest and just not have anything at all. Like, you know how there's flavor text on the on all the weapons and tools and armor and stuff in FromSoft games? I think they could get away with not even having that, and just do something like this where it's all implied, right? It's just you find a substance in one place, and then you find a lab with an insane wizard who was experimenting with it, and like much later in the game, you run into like a boss who's made of it or something, right? And you're just like, oh boy, I can make these connections, right? There's a sliding scale. There's two competing theories in storytelling and narration, which is the readers are geniuses, right? The audience is geniuses, or the audience are idiots. I always err on the side of the audience are geniuses personally. I think you can afford to do largely hands-off environmental storytelling, and I think it turns out quite well. I really like the Twilight Forest for doing it, for just going all in on just lore? No. We just have insinuations. There's just implications. You can make of it what you will. Man, this would be a tremendous waste of time if I didn't have extra tools from other mods that let me just skip a lot of this. Okay, yeah, we're getting near the top, near the higher parts of the tower now because we're starting to see different things. They were experimenting with different trees. This is a twilight oak from the Twilight Forest, which is hilariously not quite breaking because it is a thing. But the rainbow oaks are quite valuable. There we go. We got a sapling out of it. Yes, you have a thing learned. So the rainbow oaks are rainbow colored. They don't do anything special. They just look neat. That is all. There's some food and some stuff in here. We'll take that. I'll take this just because I don't want it to ping, because I'm pinging for chests to find loot that I've missed. Big potatoes don't have an EMC value? That's odd. Apparently neither do water bottles. Interesting. We're at the cloud layer now. Okay. Here's the door. Okay. We already have one key from lower down. So let's try and find the others. I think we're getting close to the top. We should be getting there. This is probably the last key door we'll have to go through before we reach the Ergast, I think. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. Ooh, a Twilight spellbook that is master tier. I will take that. Thank you. One we have not found yet. Excellent. We're gonna have to switch backpacks in a minute here. Ooh, no, we might have to deal with one more locked door before we have to get to the top. We're pretty high up though. We're getting there. So, since we've got some dead space here, and I'm just wandering around collecting things, the Ergast is meant to be kind of a puzzle fight, because the Twilight Forest is sort of built on the assumption, like most mods, it doesn't assume you have tons of mods installed, which is a lie, we do. But in vanilla, right, the way this fight's supposed to go, is the Ergast, it takes very little damage from like vanilla Minecraft arrows and things. It's very hard to hit, and it also has it has high defense if you hit it with arrows and stuff. They do damage, but it's mostly chip damage. It's pretty crappy. Well, around the boss arena, I'm gonna yawn. I'm sorry. Excuse me. It's very hot, and it's in the middle of the day, and I am a mammal, as far as you know. Thus, I am tired. But it's you're supposed to like in the area around it. You'll find like the only way I can describe them is like they're ghost traps from Ghostbusters. I'm not kidding. We're gonna have to punch our way through this. And the way you're supposed to fight it is you notice that there's these traps, and you flip the switches, and what they do is they vacuum the Ergast down and root it into place. And then you can hit it in melee, right, to do massive damage. It takes like triple or quadruple damage in melee. So the idea is you're supposed to respect. It's supposed to be a phase fight, right? It's like a real boss fight in a real video game, and you go through it and you do these phases, and the traps have to recharge because they have limited power. And I think the insinuation is the wizards who were doing the experiments here, they tried to create these things to contain the Ergast, but they ultimately failed. But you can use what they made to defeat it. I've never heard this song before. This is very pretty. It's like a ball or a gala in a magical forest. They have definitely changed some things since I played this mod last. I think the version of Twilight Forest I played is significantly older than this one. That's a nice little song. There's a key. Is there anything in here that I can throw on the table that I haven't? Yes. So, I kind of want to... I was going to wait until we got to the castle to talk about this, but I kind of want to talk about it now that I'm just sitting here and we're going through and I don't really have much to say. It's just dead air, largely. Twilight Forest isn't done. This is a recurring theme with some Minecraft mods. I mean, people in the community do it for free, right? It's done for free, usually in people's spare time. So I don't hold that against anybody. If a mod is only ever half finished or is never truly feature complete, that's perfectly fine. I don't judge people on that. But it's worth mentioning because in Twilight Forest specifically, right, the Ergast is like the last real boss we fight. It's not the last area we go to. There's like a whole production after this where we have to find magic beans underground that are guarded by trolls. And then we use the magic beans to grow a magic beanstalk and go into the sky. Because in the sky, there are giants living in the sky. and we steal a giant's pick from them. This is very fairy tale-esque, because a giant's pick is the only tool strong enough to break through a giant obsidian block that we find in the troll caves. The giant obsidian block, there's a treasure chest inside of it. Oh, you are juking, boy. And it has a magic lamp. The magic lamp is full of enchanted fire. Okay, and the final area of the the final area of this mod is called the castle. Okay, and it's like the castle that the fairy tale king and princess and everything lived in, right? You need the lamp of cinders to get in there, because the lamp of cinders can incinerate anything that you pour the contents of the lamp over, and essentially the castle is surrounded by impenetrable thorns, and you can't get through them to get near the castle. So the only way to get near the castle is you have to get the lamp. Now, why would you want to go to the castle? The castle's the last area of the game. There's supposed to be like a big production there. It's supposed to be the last dungeon. There's also planned to be some kind of final fight or confrontation at the castle. It's not currently implemented, or at least it wasn't in the version I played. I don't believe it's implemented yet. Stag beetles can grab you and throw you, by the way, which is what this guy is trying to do, but he's taking a lot of damage from... Well, no, he's not taking damage from me. Hello? Wow, he tried to ride me right off the edge. That guy would have killed me if I didn't have the thing. He bounced us right out of there. Jeez, that stag beetle was prepared to take me with him. Did you guys see that? Anyway, the castle doesn't currently have anything in it, if I recall correctly. If there's not really much in the way of puzzles in the castle. And if you make it all the way through to the end, essentially on top of the castle, there's a big, like, box with a single zombie in it. And there's a sign out next to it that's put there by the devs that just says, essentially, this is a placeholder for the final boss. And it's just a normal vanilla Minecraft zombie. I'm going to keep it a buck with you. I have my own fan fiction for, I think, how this pack should end if they ever get around to finishing it. You may think this is super cheesy, and you may think that I should shut up. I really like the sort of post-apocalyptic fairy tale vibe of this place. I really like the idea that, oh, hey, there's a skeleton riding one of those. Cute. I really like the Dark Souls vibes that you get. The sort of whatever happened here, the adventure already took place, right? The drama, everything that was supposed to happen here, it's over, right? And you're essentially coming in after the fact. Everything is already over and done with, and you're late to the party, right? Which is a recurring theme in like all FromSoft games, right? You're never the guy. You're the person who comes in after the guy, and you kill him and loot his body for his shiny stuff, right? You're not the hero of this story, or at least normally you're not. You're the guy who comes in and assassinates the hero after the hero failed, essentially, and everything went horribly wrong. My perception of this is, I feel like what the final area of this should be is there should be a big, complicated puzzle in the last part of the Twilight Forest. It should span the whole castle. You have to, like, activate certain arrays, right, and certain, like, Carmenite machinery that you see in the castle, things that were put together, and you have to solve, like, visual puzzles to, like, put certain blocks together. I have auto-sorted my inventory. I made a tremendous mess out of it. I hate everything that I just did to myself. I'm sorry, I have to fix this. and you like go to all this effort to like sort of solve whatever weird thing is going on there, right, in the castle. And then when you finally do it, right, you finally finish putting it together. It's like completing a magic circle or like some kind of magic ritual, and you activate it. And I think what it should do is, instead of summoning some giant final boss for you to kill, what it should do is it should teleport you into the throne room, the center of the castle, which you've passed through like a dozen times already to solve this puzzle, so it's not a new area, right? It should teleport you to the throne room, and then a magical message appears that says, "Oh, brave hero, please save us from the darkness that befalls our land before it is too late." And then a chest appears in front of you that contains starter gear for like someone who's just getting ready to set out on an adventure. And it's like, yep, this is what they were trying to do before everything fell apart. Is they were trying to summon a hero to the Twilight Forest to help save them, but it just never got off the ground. It never happened. And now it summons you, but it's way too late, right? Everything here is already dead. No one is left. The king is gone. The princess and the prince are gone. Like, there's nothing, right? I think that would be a very fitting and thematically appropriate end to the Twilight Forest, in my opinion. And if you really wanted to make it some kind of decent reward for people for beating it, maybe you can use the boss trophies and other materials you've collected up until this point to upgrade the baby adventurer armor and make it good, right? To enhance it and give it powerful, like, oh geez, I just went ahead and did that again. That's fine. We don't really need these enchantments. And give it like special traits and stuff. But in general, the vibe, I think, should essentially be, yeah, no, it's way too late. Like all that, we didn't make it in time. Because I feel like that would sort of play into the style of the mod. I mean, sure, they could put a giant boss. Like, here's my opinion on it, right? They could put a giant boss at the top of the castle, right? They could. What would they even put up there? Like, the king? Okay, what would the king be, right? Is he just a guy? That's a bit anticlimactic to just have a guy up there. Like, is he gonna, like, breathe fire? Are you going to go with the idea that maybe it's something enigmatic, like it's something completely incongruous, like the... Because that's a strategy, right, for RPGs and storytelling, is the final boss is something completely out of context, right? Like in the original Mother, right, where I don't even remember what that thing is called, Exegigas or something. It's just like the ghost of an alien god that's also a baby just shows up out of nowhere. You have to fight it, right? You could make it something like that. You could just make it some completely unrelated thing that just comes out of the left field, like a giant demon with horns or something. Something you'd expect to see in like in Bewitchment, right? Or in Blood Alchemy. Something that doesn't look like anything else that belongs in this mod. You could do that. You could play that card if you wanted. Like there's options that you could do, like a giant Carmenite monster, right? Some kind of war golem, like a defense system in the castle. There's lots of things you could do. But would any of them really be satisfying? I'm not so sure about that. Like, I'm not sure there's any one obvious answer to what the final boss really should be. So, why have a final boss, right? Why not just make it so that instead of the end being a boss that may be hit or miss and may not make a lot of sense or feel good, why not instead go the route of the one little piece of storytelling you get in the whole mod comes at the very end, and it's just like, welcome, O brave hero. Save us from the darkness that has taken over our land before it is too late. And then it's just so obviously too late, right? this is way late. I feel like that is a better end to the sort of environmental story of the mod itself. But that's just my opinion. You can call me out and tell me I'm full of it. I freely accept that. I will not refute that. I am indeed full of it. I think we've accidentally backtracked too far here, because this is further down than I think we intended to go. Which direction was the one that we came from? Was it this one? Yeah, this is the one, because there's the maze. Okay. I think ending the mod on a sad sort of post-apocalyptic vibe is more fitting than any big scary monster they could post up on top of the castle. I would rather essentially the mod end with a giant interactive puzzle, which is the castle and everything in it. And then the ending just be, I'm going to make you feel sad now because the story is already over, right? And your reward is clothes, right? You just get a cool set of initially weak armor and maybe some initially weak weapons like the hero's sword and the hero's bow that you can then upgrade using trophies and materials that you found thus far on your journey and turn them into something more fitting of what you are right now. But the idea, of course, being that you were perhaps intended to be the hero, but it is far, far, far too late. I'm surprised we haven't seen any of the advanced Carbonite machinery. We're almost at the top of the tower. I kind of feel like it's got to be coming. Are we really going to make it all the way to the top and not see any of the Carbonite reactors? Because that's a little bit depressing. It's kind of cool. Maybe we're about to get there. It might be at the right before the top. It might be up here that we'll run into it. Yep, it's here. Okay, so this is a trap. I'm telling you this for free. So this is essentially trying to tell you. So first of all, this is environmentally instructing you on how to make Carbonite. Is you take the borer dust, redstone, and gas tiers, and this makes Carbonite. Then, to make the Carbonite reactor, we take the wood and surround it with Carbonite, right? This is what they build with it. This is a special multi-block. So, if you take a checkerboard with corners of obsidian, and then edges of netherrack, and then each of the center dots is redstone with a Carbonite reactor in the middle, what it looks like will happen is it's kind of fake. It's a trick. In fact, I'll show you. Okay, I'll trigger the trap and let you see it. Okay, but this is a trap. It's a bomb. Okay, but I'll flip the switch and let you see it because I think this is the top. The Ergast is right above us. I don't think its spawner has spawned it yet, but it is directly above us. So here's what's going to happen when we trip this. Let me just clear some room in here, throw the item frames in there as well, and I guess we'll do one of these two. I'm taking all of this because this is a really big explosion, and it's going to take out most of this area if I don't loot this. It could be lost in the explosion. And let's go ahead and take one of the empty backpacks. This is a mostly empty backpack, and we'll swap out for that one. This one just has some tools and stuff in it that I didn't quite clean up before starting this recording. It's fine. I'll clean this up later. Okay, so if we set this up, what's going to happen is it's gonna look like it turns everything into gold and diamond blocks. And it's a trick though, because it doesn't actually do that, right? It looks like it's going to turn everything, it's like it's alchemy, and it turns everything into valuable blocks, and then it explodes. Okay, so I'm going to hit this, and I'm going to stand back, and you're going to see what happens. I'm not joking. Boop. That's a trick. Don't go in there and try and mine it. It's a trick. Wait for it. Yep, they're fake. They're not real. And it just blows a hole straight in the tower. And this is sort of your insinuation. This is like your little clue as to what maybe happened here, right? Is they were experimenting with carbonite reactors, they were experimenting with carbonite, and they were experimenting with stuff from the nether, and they accidentally did something they shouldn't have and ripped a hole, like, to super hell. That is essentially what they did. They were experimenting with alchemy, they were trying to make the Philosopher's Stone, they were doing some Full Metal Alchemist stuff, and unfortunately, just like the Elric brothers, they met God. Not in a good way. Some bad stuff went down. So that's the Ergast spawner right there, and as I get close to it, it's going to spawn. Okay, this is the Ergast fight. So I'm going to play this at least one cycle by the books, because I think it's cool to do that. And then after that, I'm just going to do it the way I want to. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and take the transmutation tablet off and replace it with this, because I'm going to use the title of Great Play to get my hits in. So, the Ergast, you're not supposed to, like, I can swing on him, and when I hit him, he cries, right? What you're supposed to do is, let me do this. Yeah. Supposed to do one of these, and then we're supposed to wait until he's over this. Why is that gas trap not activating? Come on. The cries are hideous. Maybe he can't be sucked when he's crying like that. I'm not sure. Why is this not working? I might need to get him when he's not crying. Let me cut him off at the pass over here. Oh, wait, no, he's gonna get there fast. Let me try this one. Oh, come on. Quit crying! The tears do damage to you if you're under him, by the way. Quit throwing your temper tantrum. In a minute, I'm just going to kill you. I'm not even going to respect the way this is supposed to be done. I'm just going to nuke you like I did in the Warper dimension. Is he just going to keep doing this? Anyway, I did already explain how this is supposed to go, but if he's not going to cooperate, then... Come on. Causing lightning strikes. Yeah, the gas traps aren't working, and I'm not sure why. Oh wait, no, they're pulling the small ones in, so they do work. Oh wait, that's right. I have to power the gas trap up by killing the small ones. I think near it. Okay, and I think the way you're supposed to do it is you're supposed to time it to when he's over you, right? And that's how this works. Let me see if I can do it right once, and then we'll just kill him. So I think the way this is supposed to go is... Okay. The lightning strike means there's more gaslings over here. That's how you're supposed to know which way to go. Where are you at? Wait, no, there's tons of gaslings back over at the first place. Right, killing them near the traps charges them. Come on, give me one more. Nah, I'm going to have to wait for another pass. Come on. I'm trying to cooperate with the Twilight Forest. I'm trying to do this the right way at least once. Don't screw me. Yep, that's it. And it pulls him down. And then you can take swings at him. So anyway, that's how you're supposed to do it. There is also a script that is trying to make it rain during this fight to make it more epic and cinematic. It is a script that attempts to run automatically. But because my world is glitched, or because some specific part of this world is toggled, it's not raining, but it keeps trying to make it rain, which is why the rain is flicking on and off. It's trying to make it rain for the sake of the fight. And he drops a chest when he dies. I actually kind of want... I know we're about to end this, but I kind of want to know. Give me that. If I need to know. If I spawn tons of these gastlings, if I take the blocks with me... Like, if I use other mods to make it so I can spawn Carbonite Gaslings, is it possible that I can charge and activate the things on my own, like on my own terms? Can I set up something and do it? The answer, maybe. We'll find out. I kind of want to test that just for laughs. Because I think you can take these with you. Ooh, we got a superior tier data model on that. Nice. Yeah, we can in fact take the gas traps with us. Oh, and I don't think I mentioned this, but that horologium thing I did, that trick, that little stunt, that works on everything. If I wanted to, if the trouble would be setting it up, right? Would be getting it set into position, because I'd have to do the setup and move the effect using the ritual like pylons, but that would totally freeze the Chaos Guardian. 100%, I could use that to Zawarudo, the Chaos Dragon, and kill it that way. That is a completely valid and applicable way to do that. As far as I know, there is nothing in modded Minecraft that cannot be affected by a reversed horologium time stop. Okay, so for beating the Urghast, which we've technically already done, but we're going to pretend that we hadn't, we get a shader for the Urghast, which is pretty cool. Carmonite. We get the Urghast trophy, we get a Twilight shader grab bag, and we get Fiery Tears, which is another way to make fiery. It is the Ghast's Fiery Tears. And that's it. That's the Urghast Tower. It has been quite a while, by my reckoning on time. I think this is where he died, because there's XP on the ground. He himself can sometimes drop things, but most of the loot is in the chest. I think he can drop like gas tears and maybe Carmonite. I probably should have tried to woot shard him, but I didn't think of it. I'll find another Urghast and woot shard it later if I really want to. But this is the Urghast Tower. Let me do one last quick thing before we. Oh no, this is where he died. He dropped the things down here. We found it. He died right here. Let me see if there's anything I missed. I don't think there is. I don't see any lights. I think we got everything. Yeah, looks like we got pretty much everything. Let me try it again, but from like here. Oh, was my climbing glove broken? Yeah, my climbing glove probably broke because Jahazar was forcing me to like rub against walls and stuff. Yeah, it did. I also need a new helmet. Something broke my helmet at some points. There we go. Okay, let's try that again. Did we miss anything? No, we did not. Nice. Okay, so we do still technically have to go to the castle. Not that there's anything there. It is a bit of a production to get there. Oh, I've been struck blind. You've been struck by. You've been hit by a smooth criminal. Still not sure what that is. I don't know. You can see it better than I can because you can rewind the footage. But sometimes when I teleport between dimensions for a split second, there's a really detailed moon in the sky, like a super detailed one, not the Minecraft like blocky one. I don't know what does that. I don't know what adds that. That moon, I don't know where that's from. It's got to be from some mod, but maybe it's from advanced rocketry. Maybe it's the moon as seen from like outer space. I'm not quite sure. But either way, this has been this episode. Once again, one last quick look around the base because you won't ever be seeing it like this again. I will be tearing it down and replacing it. This first floor will be the only floor that exists, and it will be converted into a nice little quaint farmhouse with some bookshelves and some shovels and stuff and a fireplace and things. It'll just be a nice little hobbit farmhouse. And in the middle of the farmhouse, embedded in the kitchen floor, will be a portal to the void that'll take you to my real base. Just as a final little tour. Because this place did serve me well. I moved in, I decorated. I really liked the base. I think it turned out nice. I like the granite and birch that I did here in this room. I like the patterns of pairing up the decorative stone from vanilla Minecraft, the granite, the diorite, and the andesite with a wood that complements it. Granite and birch looked real nice. I really like the diorite and the dark oak for the magic area. It looks really cool as well. And I also like the andesite, and I think this was spruce. Andesite and spruce wood. I think this looks really nice as well. So, everybody wave goodbye. This is the end of this base. I'm going to tear everything out. I'm going to fill all of this in using the building wands and the direwolf construction tools. I'm just going to fill all this in with Minecraft stone so there's no giant holes in the ground. I'm going to explore the walls a little bit and kill all the crows that have packed. Like, look at this. Look at all the crows that are in the walls here. Where are you, crows? I can see you through the walls. Don't. Look at this. Look at this. This is what the crows do when left alone. I'm lagging just looking at them. Did you see that? Did you see the stutter? Get out of here. Gonna dig through the walls, find all the crows, and murder them. Which is a very ironic fate for crows, considering what a group of crows is called. Shoutouts to GDQ. We do indeed save the frames by killing the animals. Sorry, I can't give you more than a shoutout. I don't support pedophiles. Anyway, but too soon. Should I be making fun of Smash players instead? I can make fun of pro Smash players instead. We can do those memes too if you'd like. Anyway, this has been Meatballcraft Dimensional Ascension. I think it was Turtles Edition, unless my memory is very poor. This is the last you will see of this base. This is also the last you will see of this world because I'm going to switch launchers in attempts to update the world to get the pack updated. If it deletes everything, if it corrupts my save, if I'm no longer able to continue in this world, I will not quit. I may take a short break out of despair, but I will return nevertheless, and we will start over, and we will begin from scratch to reach back to this point in the new version if it becomes necessary. Hopefully it doesn't. But if it does become necessary, that is what we will do. I don't think I have anything else to say. I think that's been pretty much all of it. We pushed through. We got some things done. Oh, actually, there is one more thing I need to show. We need to go check on the nuclear reactor. Sorry. Fake out. Just kidding. Let me go check on the nuclear reactor and get 1 depleted fuel out of it. I'm not going to make the book right now. I'm not going to read it. Although I could. But I just want to do that on screen. I want to get the depleted fuel out. By the way, I did make the shard that you need. The soul shard with the 1,000 some odd blazes in it. The super enchanted dagger made it much easier. I think it makes each blaze kill worth like 57 or 59 normal souls for each kill you get, which is a huge deal. So I was able to get a maxed out soul shard for them in like 15, 20 kills, approximately. I'm bad at math. But, so I have everything we need. It was even in this bag, if you saw it. Or not that bag, the other bag. The bag that has all our toys in it. This one. So if you check, I even have it. It's here. A soul shard bound to blaze, 1024. Very, very nice. The only thing we need is that depleted fuel, and that's the only thing stopping us from making the Bloodmaster book. However, I'm not going to make the Bloodmaster book until after I've already updated the world. I want to update the world first and see if I can get it to work, and then I will make the Bloodmaster book to stage up the world yet again. So let's go ahead and get my personal shrinking device out of here. And let's check on the reactor, because I think the reactor should have... it's still there. We haven't blown anything up. That's a good sign. Really? We still haven't run through one yet. How long does this take? This was like 4 hours. Wow. That's a little bit crazy. It says fuel remaining 6... Oh, no. I'm an idiot. You know what I didn't do? I didn't chunk load this. The moment we left, it stopped working. Like it stopped thinking because I didn't chunk load the interior of this this compact machine, because this is technically another dimension. So all that time this wasn't working in the background. Look, see, it's actively going through. It says it has 6 minutes left, 5 minutes left. I don't want to stand here and wait, but that's a huge blunder on my part. I can't believe I overlooked that. I didn't think to do it. That's fine. We don't really need to see it. It'll happen off stream. There we go. But that's a huge blunder from my part. We would have had some fuel to play with if I had done that. Oh well. Very sad, but I'll get over it. Anyway, this has been Meatballcraft Dimensional Ascension. I'm very tired. My voice hurts. I've got a ton of stuff I need to clean up. I'm really just going to make a bigger mess for myself because I still have to sort everything. But we do have everything we need. We have a really good sword in the form of Excalibur, which is a base to begin working on super enchanting a really, 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 really stupid weapon by peeling off super enchants from other tools and stacking all the good ones onto a single tool. We have 2 fire dragons. We have a fire dragon and an ice dragon that I can let out of the bottle because I think these soul receptacles can work for them, and we can start doing adventures with them. Hopefully next time I'll also have the Mithrilium chicken done. This, I don't know why this isn't working. I've picked up several greater scrolls already, so I don't know. I can make the Oblivion Death Bomb, which is a really big bomb. It's made by combining liquid antimatter with liquid corallium, which sounds like a really bad idea. I would never set one of these off. Heavy explosive, use it on risk. Listen, if there's ever a bomb that Abyssiocraft says, hey, you might want to think twice before using it, don't use it. I've never used one of these. I don't know what happens when it blows up, and I don't want to know. But you need a Greater Scroll and Oblivion Death Bomb to complete this thing. I've gotten Greater Scrolls. In fact, we literally got one from Jahazar when we killed him, or his avatar of himself, right? This seems to be bugged. It's not completing, so I haven't bothered to make an Oblivion Death Bomb. Everything else we've pretty much done. I think our next step here is to make the Terrasteel Crystal and use it to escape the Prison of Arcana and legally go upstairs. Terrasteel. Legally go upstairs in the Dungeon of Arcana. Which I think to do that we're going to need, what is it now? Is it made on the Gaia altar? I think it is. It's made on the Gaia altar, isn't it? That thing we need? Yeah. So the Gaia Tesseract allows the escape from the altar. The Parasecta Wing. This is what we need. So we need Greater Gaia Spirits. We need Arcanum Blocks. We can do these. We can do these. The Ever-Watching Eye, I'm pretty sure we can make these. Dramic Skin and Parasecta Wing. So the Dramix is the invisible dude we killed. The Parasecta Wing is the thing we haven't found. So this thing, I don't know how to fight it, but I assume it's summoned by using the Phoenix Altar. I need to find a Phoenix Altar, though. I don't know how to summon this dude and fight it, but once we do, we can make the breaker and go outside of the Dungeon of Arcana. But we've largely reached as far as we can go. We are getting pretty hard gated. The very next thing to do is, in fact, making the Bloodmaster Tome. We have everything we need for it except the depleted LEU fuel, which will be ready in like 3 minutes. Anyway, I'm done. This has been Meatballcraft Dimensional Ascension, Turtles Edition. Hopefully, the next time I see you, this pack will be updated and we will no longer be on this version and everything will be hunky-dory. If things go poorly and we are, in fact, starting over, we'll do another episode 1 and I'll call it, I don't know, Meatballcraft Reloaded, Remeat Edition or something. And we can start again on a beach somewhere and run away from the Darklands biomes monsters. Either way, it's been a fun ride. This is a line in the sand, a demarcation of an era. We are both updating the pack several steps. We are, in addition to that, we're moving our entire base over into the Dimension World. So this is a hard cut. This would be the end of Season 1 and the start of Season 2 if such a thing was real. So, it's been fun. I hope everything works out. I'll see you guys next time for better or worse. Good night, dear listeners. Good night. Holy crap, that's loud. Let's just stop. Bye. Goodbye.